Well, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Flight Deck Sim live stream. Today it's the 18th of September 2025. It's 33 minutes past 11 here in the United Kingdom in the morning. We're back in X-Plane 12 in the Colimata Concorde. Today we are recreating British Airways' first ever scheduled service. We are Speedbird 300, although I don't know if Speedbird was a call sign back then, but we'll use it today. Flying from Heathrow to Bahrain. Now, flight time today in Concorde will be about 3 hours and 25 minutes. Conventionally, it's around 6 hours. The first part of the flight will be Subsonic. We're going to be following the exact routing. We can't go Supersonic over Europe, but as soon as we're over the Adriatic, we'll go to Mach 2 and fly over the original special corridor over Jordan and Saudi Arabia as well. So a slightly longer stream than usual, but I'm looking forward to recreating this flight as well. Now, the Colimata Concorde we've not flown for about 7-8 months. Installed it. I've done a couple of test sectors. It's working okay. The autopilot is not very good at maintaining altitude during turns at the moment, so we'll do what we have to do to try and keep level as best as I can. Also, after takeoff, when you set the flight engineer to set the trim to takeoff and flight, you're at maximum trim authority, so you have to make full elevator control to basically maintain level flight. So the takeoff's going to be quite interesting, but look, we just want to recreate the flight today as best as we can. It's right on Concorde's endurance. I know the flight time is flight distance is as long as it would be to say New York because of that subsonic sector. We're using a lot of fuel, and then when we go back to, we should be landing in Bahrain with about 25 minutes of fuel remaining, which is pretty much how Concorde operated back in the day anyway. But yeah, again, apologies for the delayed start to the stream as well. I've had some issues getting X-Plane to launch. For those of you who are familiar with the channel, and the members especially, will know of my disdain of the sim at the moment. Worked absolutely flawlessly during the test sectors. Launched X-Plane. Well, first tried to launch it about over an hour ago. Just would not launch. Would hang on the loading screen, reading new scenery files. The aircraft load file, doesn't matter. I removed some of the ortho tiles around Heathrow, which seems to fix the issue, but it worked absolutely fine yesterday. But it doesn't matter, we're here now. We should have some ortho to enjoy the scenery over Europe today as well. We are VATSIM, lifetime live weather, of course, and the reason I'm starting a little bit earlier is by the time we actually get into Bahrain, it should be sunset, which should be a beautiful approach into the airport today. And we're on the Royal Suite here at London Heathrow. This is just the default stock Heathrow scenery, but this is where the late Queen and the King would board their aircraft at Heathrow to go flying where they are. So it's a little bit quieter around here. We've got a bit of a longer taxi, currently runway 27 right here in use in Heathrow. I was hoping 27 left, but we'll stick to real world procedures here. Anyway, who have we got here into chat? We have Stephen. Morning, folks. Hope you're doing well. Pete White, looking forward to this one. Thank you very much for popping in. Josiah Plays, I believe they use the call sign Speedbird Concorde. Okay, well, their flight number was Concorde 300, so we'll go with Speedbird 300 today. So it's sort of roughly the same, and also with the routing we're flying today is the exact routing they flew back in 1976 when we first flew this sector. Be inherited the Speedbird call sign from BOAC. Very cool. Jean-Pierre de Perez, hi from Cape Town. Thank you very much for popping in. I hope you're doing well. It's going to have some different faces here because of the time we're streaming. Good morning, Simbear. Hope you're doing well. Josh C, Vince Naylor too. You're currently having your dinner. Thank you very much for popping in. Anyway, let's jump into the cockpit. I've done absolutely nothing during the setup apart from attach the GPU and open the door and stairs. We're completely cold up. I think we're pre-fueled, but we're literally having to take a full tank, 11 fuel tanks I think Concorde had. They're all completely brimmed to the top with fuel for this sector. We need every single kilo of Jet A1. But anyway, the beautiful external models here. I've got a texture pack as well for the engines, so they look a little bit more realistic. Now, for those of you who are keen-eyed, you'll notice I'm not in the I'm in the Landor livery. There are some original, I forgot what it was called, the original BA livery, which the aircraft flew in 1976, but they haven't been updated for the V3 version of the Colimata Concorde. So I tried them, they didn't work. So we're having to go with the Landor livery. But the reg is correct. It was GB Golf Bravo Oscar Alpha Alpha that did this sector back in 1976. Anyway, there we are. We've jumped into the cockpit. Aircraft is completely cold and dark as mentioned, and I'll bring up the GUI here so you can sort of see the fuel and load we've got. We're going to take a full load of passengers here anyway. Just going to turn some music on very quietly in the background as well as we set up. There we are. So let's bring up the GUI. So flight preparation, load route, load. So that's the routing in here. If I bring up Navigraph, you'll be able to see the flight plan as well. So this flight plan it's online. You can actually get the information regarding the original routing. It's been adjusted slightly for updated VORs, but the lateral routing I think is identical. But we're going to fly off a conventional SID here in Heathrow, the Detling to Foxtrot, so it's takeoff to the west, left turn direct to Detling. And then we're going Coxey, Dickrich, don't know what that TACAN's called. Is it Compton, Vicenza over the Alps, and then once we get over to the Adriatic, we can go supersonic, and we stay over the Adriatic to the Mediterranean, south of Crete, south of Cyprus, and then we can actually maintain supersonic flight overhead Bahrain. So they got permission back in 1976 to maintain supersonic flight right over Saudi Arabia until we start our descent into Bahrain. Interesting, yeah, I'd like to know what the actual exact conventional flight time is. I didn't look that up before the start of the stream, but I think it's about 6.5 hours or so. But you can see that's what we need to do, and it's all loaded here, all the fixes, we can apply that. Payload manager, full load of passengers, I've preloaded that too, so I'll just double check and press apply. The fuel is brimmed, 95.4 tonnes. I cannot get any more fuel in the tanks of Concorde, and as I said, we'll be arriving with about 25 minutes of fuel remaining. Any significant delay in Heathrow for departure is going to really eat into that as well. Hello Nivario, it's been a while since we had this plane on a stream, by the way. I'm planning to do one too, but I haven't decided yet. It's definitely a like. Thanks for the content. Thank you very much for popping in. It's a good add-on. You'll see today we'll have some flight path issues. It's really, I'm putting it, as I said, 7 out of 10 at the moment. It needs updating, but it's not as good as the one that's available in P3D. But for X-Plane, it's fun. You can recreate the Concorde experience at least reasonably realistically. So yeah, we've got all of the fuel and payload uplifted, and I've got this great Alpaca Airways Concorde because of Alpaca Airways. They obviously operate the Concorde still. We've got this checklist to follow. So technical logs checked. Well, let's get some electrical power in the aircraft. So battery on. The ground power is here, so we'll close that. So we now have the GPU connected. That really starts affecting performance. The FPS drops off considerably when you power up this aircraft. But there we are. We've got some electrical power connected. There's various self-tests going on in the background as the aircraft powers up. Robin, what's your estimated time en route? 3 hours 25 minutes it took me on the test sector. Now, if you have social media and head over to Instagram, you'll see on my story the exact routing and timings from my test sector for the flight plan here, which we'll be following or using to stay up to date with our route. Morning, said Longcat, was working all last night, so might drop to sleep halfway through, but good luck, thank you very much, hope you get some good rest. Right, main batteries are on, equipment bay cooling can come on as well. Oh yeah, it can take me a while sometimes to find all these switches. Is it on by default? I think it might be. It helps if I just play back one of my streams in the background. Where was that switch? We'll find it during the setup. The oxygen panel was already preset. Drain master heaters can come on, which are up here. Aesthetic heaters, drain master. I did all this yesterday, and absolutely no problem. But it can sometimes take me a while just to get my head around Concorde's overhead panel. I've got the probe heaters. Where's the drain master heaters? There they are. 1, 2, 3 on. INS to align. So we've got the Seaver plug-in to allow us to do the INS, and we're going to be taking some shortcuts. Left of the fuel for the... what was that for again? It was for the equipment bay cooling. Oh my days. I did all this yesterday and I found it instantly. But there's the pressure of all of you watching where I can actually forget. When someone said left of fuel, the fuel tank gauge is pretty massive. We'll find it, don't worry. Yeah, let's carry on for now. Right, INS to align. So we've got the INS is all down here. So number 3 to align, number 2 to align, and number 1 to align. There we are. So that's all done. Air data computers are on the pedestal. They are on. We'll just make sure we definitely are pre-fueled. Yet 95.3 tons of fuel. So we can turn on the no smoking and seatbelt signs to on, which is up here on the overhead panel. There we are. Next, we can turn on all the master CBs. Of course, Concorde unique with its elevons. Cockpit preparations complete. Oxygen test 100%. DV windows are closed. Flight control inverter switches are on. I think they're all on by default, but we'll just close the guards. Anti-stall system can turn on. Radio INS switches to radio. We'll be using conventional navigation for departure to start an INS later. Altimeters, the weather, not too bad here at Heathrow. Low cloud base, well, not too low. Overcast at 1500 feet, winds from the southwest. 20 degrees, QNH is 1019, so we'll set the QNH now on the altimeters. 1019 once and twice. Can't sync them up, unfortunately. And the standby altimeter, where is that? I can't remember either. There we are, that's set. Oh, she's staring right at it. Oh, it's going to annoy me now that I can't find that equipment bay calling on. You said left. I know I'm staring right at it, but I can't remember where it is. Engine recircs. He said it's left of the fuel tank. Left of the fuel tank gauges. Ah! Right, I'm gonna. Someone will have to be very exact with the positioning of that. Right, audio control panel we can turn on. We are on VATSIM, so we'll just make sure the radio's on. There we are, so we can now receive the frequency volumes turned up. Altimeters we've done. Nav radios I set before the start of the stream, so 1095 for the first NDB or DME from the ILS, and then at 2 miles we'll make a left turn inbound to the EPN NDB, which is Echo Papa Mike. We do have an ADF here, so that orange needle is pointing towards the EPM NDB, so we're going to make a left turn and make sure we head towards the NDB there as well. Below the bleed air panel, oh, that's, I actually know where that is. Thank you! I found it. And we'll turn these all on as well. Thank you. Equipment bay calling is now turned up and the red lights have extinguished. Cheers. Nav lights as required, they want to be on. There we go. Throttle master switches to alternate. Ground hydraulic, check out yellow, yellow off. That's up here. So yellow, yellow, and these switches are off. Fuel heaters can go to the auto position. Oh, this is why you need an engineer. These are the fuel feed pumps. The fuel heaters, where were they? Oh, why can't I find anything today? There they are. Fuel heaters, I'll put them on auto. Engine recirc valves are in the shut position. Secondary air doors to the auto position. And the batteries are already on. Right then, so let's now load up the INS. For those of you who are hardcore, you're not going to like this, but to load up 3 independent INSs with 9 waypoints would take me about 30 minutes. So what we're going to do is do what we did last Concorde stream. Now, what we can do, if I bring up Navigraph, you can only load up 9 waypoints to start. The INS only can program 9, so that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It takes us to the 4th waypoint here. And what we can do is a neat little trick where if I bring up all of the INSs, show CDU1, show CDU2, show CDU3, the alignment's ongoing. Now if I go here to SEVA settings, what I can do is firstly go to plane integration, no, realism, and you can load your present position. So you've seen me in the past, whenever I fly the Fearless 742, oh, wrong button, hello everyone, how do I get that back off? When I fly the Fearless 742, where I like to do it manually, you go up to airport, find the coordinates off your stand, so you go here, taxi, parking stand, find your coordinates where we are here, 4, 5, 7 left, and then you put in your manual position. With the beauty of this is you can put load position 1, load it to position 2, load position 3, and so it automatically puts your position in. This is cheating, I know, but it saves so much time. So you can watch me put the coordinates in on the INS 3 times, but I can just do it quickly here. I'll move that to nav to complete the alignment process. Go to flight plans, load this in here, and then we can select which waypoint we want first. So I don't want Heathrow as my first waypoint, I'd want Detling to be, and then waypoint number 9 is going to be fix 3. So actually I think I've got the fixes wrong there. So yeah, Detling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that will take me all the way to there. I will, however, manually put in when we're en route after we've gone Supersonic the next one. So you have to recycle from 9 to 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more INS waypoints. So what you need to do is go loaded to CDU1, loaded to CDU2, loaded to CDU3, and it's loaded up all of the INS waypoints for you. So you can go here to waypoint. There's 1 for Detling, 2 for Coxie, 3 for Dickrish, etc, etc, and it's done it on every single one of the INSs for you. So it's a really nice way of saving a considerable amount of time, because if I was to load 3 independent INSs, even with remote, it would take me 15 minutes on a good day, and I avoid input error as well. So there we are. So that's all done. We'll put the INS 1 to distance time, 41 miles as the crow flies to the first waypoint, and we can close all of the CDUs. Great. So INS is loaded and to nav. ASI bugs we can set, so if you click this it'll preset all your bugs for you. If you bring up the GUI you can go to aircraft and verify your V-speed. So V1 169, VR 191, V2 210, and then we're going to go straight to 250 knots for noise, which is difficult in the Colimata Concorde because it's not flying very well at the moment. Pitch index will set, so there's a shortcut here to set the pitch index. I'll just set it to around 15 degrees. We'll select the IVSI to 2,000 feet. In reality, the controls for this are on the pedestal, so there's a nice little shortcut with the Colimata to adjust the pitch angle and the IVSI, or vertical speed indicator, here with a click spot. Clocks are set, we're on Zulu, 10:48 GMT, and we'll do the takeoff briefing in a second. Start clearance obtained, close doors, do the master warning test. Which is here. HSI players watching us struggle to type in INS coordinates is the quality content I subscribe for. Brilliant. Right, master warning test is complete. This is the usual stuff we'd expect at this stage. Anti-collision light will turn on for the engine start. Throttles are idle. Engine feed pumps on. So yeah, all we've got to do is turn on the beacon. And you have a virtual flight engineer who distributes the fuel automatically with the Colimata Concorde. Doing it manually is hardcore. I'm sure some Concorde aficionados would love and know exactly how to do that. But look, guys, we're pretty much ready for engine start. All I've got to do is start the beacon and go from there. But we'll just talk a little bit about way out of here, taxi and SID. So we're going to push back here onto Whiskey, and then we'll make a right turn Sierra, cross Sierra 3 November, or maybe I'll go all the way down here, Sierra 1 November 1, and then Alpha. Bit of a taxi, which is a pain. I should have really started on stand 258, but they are in real life departing 27 right and arriving 27 left. I don't know if I'd get special permission to go off 27 left, but there's enough people here to actually make sure I'm departing off the correct runway. Oh, actually, hold on, there's ground online, so I can actually get my clearance here. So 121705. Let's see what they would like me to do. Oh, the radio tuning panel's a bit clunky, but it should work. No, the radio tuning panel does not work with Concorde. What a pain. Can I do the shortcut here? I wonder. Tune on Com 1. Yeah, that works. Great. So let's get the clearance. We'll request the Detling or a Detling departure, and we'll go from there. What's the stand here? 457, I think. Yeah, let's give that a go. I don't like Heathrow. It's busy. It's too complicated. Get me to a smaller London airport I'm familiar with, or maybe not. Heathrow ground, hello, it's Speedbird 300, stand 457, copy latest information. Requesting a departure cruise to Bahrain, and we're non-RNAV, so request a Detling departure, please.
Speedbird 300, Heathrow, stand by.
2-engine taxi, no 4-engine taxi. Burn all the fuel. He's coordinating. Maybe I can get 27 left, that would be great. So we'll get a clearance to work out where we go. Skegness Airport small enough. It's been a long time since I've flown out of Skegness. That would be my perfect sort of base load. Can't get lost there.
Requesting 575.
Josh, surely somewhat comparatively busy at the remote Japanese airport you fly from. Yes.
575. 575.
Typical Nigel response.
Taxi right. Correct to taxi
There's
centre
a
right,
Virgin.
Delta stand 575.
Virgin aircraft just departed off 27 right.
575, thanks, will be with 170 okay.
Is that 3:30? Looks like it's taking some coordination getting this clearance. Anyway, expecting a Detling departure. So depending on which runway we get, probably 27 right. Straight ahead 2 miles from London, which is 13.6. The 27 left is based off of 1095, so actually I should tune 13.6 here, which is now active. It's going to be a left turn, 136 inbound to Epsom. Once we're at Epsom, another left turn inbound to Detling, climbing to an altitude of 6,000 feet, which you can preset here. I'll put 6.1 because we're just waiting for our clearance here. And then that's it from Detling. That's INS waypoint 1. We'll carry on. And we'll tune all the... We'll use INS, but we'll tune all the VORs en route for backup. But we'll go from Detling to Coxie across the channel. What's taking so long on my clearance? Advise you say Speedbird Concorde 300. Yes. Look at you and Airbus. Oh, Metro Man, you're back in Concorde. I'm proud of you, and I'm proud of you, I know. And this is a challenging departure. A challenging aircraft to fly. It just doesn't fly very well. You'll find on departure when we get to 6,000 feet, the trim red light will be illuminated. I'll be at full nose trim with no more trim authority, and the autopilot's having to maintain sort of, you know, a significant pitch input to maintain level flight. Josh, your icon on Navigraph Charts network feature is so cool. I don't know what's that, Josh? On my what? What icon? What are you talking about? I don't know what that is.
1 Charlie Mike Roger, taxi left kilo, right Alpha, holding point Alpha 5.
At least this doesn't have an APU, so I'm not sat here wasting fuel. That sounds safe. I know, Longcat. To maintain level flight, basically. You'll see, I'll have yoke cam up. We'll level off at 6,000 feet and I'll be like this to stay level with no more trim authority. It's just a little issue with the add-on at the moment. Oliver, are you using the engineer to trim the fuel? Yep. So I go here, Concorde, engineer, trim for takeoff, trim to flight, and it's instant. It doesn't gradually change. It instantly trims, and then there's a massive pitch input. Descent and landing seems to be okay, but it's the takeoff and flight trim. I'm at max pitch authority, or there's no more trim authority. Josh, you know when you select online network, the 3 planes show vacuum traffic. This is on Navigraph. Oh right, didn't know that. I've had a good ideas then. I'm going to ask him because I've been waiting like 5 minutes now. And Heathrow Ground Speedbird 300, any update on the clearance?
Speedbird 300, just trying to coordinate with London.
Roger, standing by. He's ringing up. He says, "We got this Pratt on VATSIM and Concorde. He's causing me a problem." Oh yes, Josh. Yeah, sorry. Yes, you can see VATSIM traffic. Oh yeah, I'm aware of that one. It does use a lot of FPS though, so when you're busy, I've noticed it slows down the PC quite a bit. So yeah, it's really useful to see the VATSIM traffic. Here. Wait your bloody turn, Speedbird. Well,
Speedbird 300 Heathrow.
Ready to copy, Speedbird 300.
Speedbird 300 cleared Bahrain via Detling, then has filed squawk 0734.
Cleared to Bahrain on the Detling departure, as filed squawk 0734, Speedbird 300.
Speedbird 300, read back correct.
I don't know which runway that is or what departure, but I'll presume it's 27 right, as it is the current runway in use. So 0734. We'll base it off 27 right, and I'll go to out reporting on, so on mode Charlie, and we'll put 6,000 feet. The good news is it's a common SID, so you know it doesn't matter which runway I select. I just simply change the nav aid over. Either way, it's a left turn to Epsom, so it's all good. Right, well, I think we can request start on stand. So what we'll do is go up here to anti-vision light on. I've got the FT-Sim sound pack. The default sounds are not great. They're alright, but they don't work always on an external view, so this sound pack is really, really nice. And we'll request engine start. Speedbird 300 on stand. 457 request engine start on stand. We'll be calling for push in about 4 minutes.
300 start approved, QNH 1019 information Yankee current.
Start approved, information Yankee, QNH 1019 and Speedbird 300. Great, so what I'm going to do is go to better pushback here, start pushback.
Ground to cockpit.
It'll be
Please show me
a
where
pushback
you want to
like
go.
that. It's can't. Thank you, Brian. What I'll do, I'll just connect it first, but I am going to request a face here because I think if you do better pushback like that in Concorde, it gets a bit confused. So what I'll do, I'll connect it regardless anyway. Ooh. I can't connect it first. Great. So what I'll do is this, something like that.
Ground to cockpit. So is driving up.
Alright, great. So that's done. I'll close the doors. We need the air conditioning and GPU for the first engine start. Let's do it. So, to start the engines. Don't know what that was for, but ding dong. Air bleed control open. So we'll open all of them. Cross bleed 1, 2, and 3, and 4 open. So you can see the conditioned bleed airs coming in, and we start engine number 3 first. So clear prop.
Some doors are still open, or
yes.
the GPU or the ASU are still connected.
I need it for the first engine
I'm
start.
waiting for all of them closed and disconnected, then I will proceed.
Starting 3. That's a good sign. Excellent. N2 is already above the required amount, so fuel on. Let's go outside for this. Started eating into that huge amount of fuel now. Oh, power. Alright, looks like a good start on engine number 3, and that fuel is already going down. 273 kilos, 272. Right, so after that we can remove the air conditioning. Great. Engine 3 condition valve on. Blue hydraulics on.
50, 40, 30.
Thank you very
20,
much, VNAV Speed. Very kind of you, very generous as well. What have you got to say here whilst I'm starting the engines?
Remember that 1952 Rome Convention also dictates the covering the expenses of shattered windows.
Oh, does it?
Smiley face emoji.
Oh, we won't worry about that. VNAV Speed, very generous of you, thank you. I'll need to read that convention en route. You'll have to remind me, we'll have a go on it. But we won't be smashing any windows today. Maybe a few in Saudi Arabia, but all good. Cheers, buddy, thank you very much. Air bleed control, we don't close. I think that's an error in the checklist. But we do close the crossfeed valve. There we are. So we can now repeat for engine number 2. We still need the GPU connected at this stage. Starting engine number 2. So we just need an N2 of 12%, which we have. Fuel coming on. Have a look at the engine starting here.
Engine 2 coming up.
There we are. So I've got this additional plug-in which gives some voices for the first officer. So EGT's increasing. Burning a ton an hour, just sat here. Oh my god, VNAV Speed, I'm gonna have to mute that. That's unbelievable. Thank you so much for your generosity. That's great. There we go. Oh my goodness me. Thank you very much. 20 gifted members. That's off the chart. We've got so many people coming in. I won't even have time to say thank you to everyone whilst I'm starting the engines at Concorde, but very generous with your VNAV Speed. Thank you so much. And glad to have you back as a member as well. Right, good start on engine number 2. We can now put the green hydraulic pumps on. which are over here. Close the guards. Visor will move down in a second. We can now remove the GPU. I just want to get the generator on the line. There we are. And now we can remove the GPU and turn on the yellow hydraulic pumps. Pushback start first. Why can't I just turn those on now? There we are. That's done. And crossfeed is closed. Condition valve on. Okay, so now we've just got to remove the GPU, which is here. Flight preparation, aircraft, doors are ground. That should make better pushback happy.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Great, visor going to 5 degrees. Oh yes. My goodness, VNAV speed, that's crazy. Enjoy it, guys. There's not a moderator here today, I don't think, so I'll have to do it myself. Follow the commands here if you've just joined, or I would say just joined as a member. VNAV Speed has generously donated a membership, and you'll get the guidance on how to join the members-only Discord. The Discord is fully synced with YouTube, so make sure you're synced on your personal profile to your YouTube profile, and then it'll automatically generate an invite for you to join the members-only Discord. Cheers, VNAV Speed, very kind. Right.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Excellent. So now we can start our pushback with 2 engines running. Heathrow ground speedbird 300. Stand 457. Request push to face northwest on whiskey.
Kilo 300. Start approved. Face northwest on whiskey.
Push start approved. Face northwest whiskey. Speedbird 300. Right. Parking brake released.
Starting pushback.
Excellent, and we can now continue the engine start. I don't like that rocking. There we are. We're on our way, guys. So, start engine 1 and 4. We'll start 4 first. Alright, N2 12%. Fuel up. We'll go outside for this. Alright, I'll unmute the alerts now. That would still be going off. There we go. That's recycled. Starting 3. So, starting 4. Metro, what is ETA arrival? So once we get airborne, 3 hours 25 minutes. So about 3:45 British summer time. I'll let you know when we're airborne. Awesome, isn't it? You just can't beat it. Concorde is Concorde. The best. Metroman says Concorde may be not comfortable, but still one of the legends of DC-3 and 747. A good memory of Concorde. Fastest airline in the world, absolutely. Right, starting engine number 1. Oh wait, oh hold on. I need to shut that. And condition valve on. Right, starting 1. I know very little about Concorde. I can get you from A to B here, but regarding the systems I'm using, it's all quite new. I'm basically following the checklist and flicking switches. For example, I know about this engine depot. Well, I say I know, I don't know. But someone explained to me last time. But there are some really good YouTubers who fly Concorde. I can't remember, there's a Scottish guy who doesn't stream all the time. He's got some really good Concorde videos. But these guys fly all the time. Hugh Belling knows about the landing gear. I don't know what you're on about there. Never have ever forgotten the landing gear ever. Alright. 4 good starts. We're burning 4.4 tons an hour. Can't wait around on the ground. That's it, Lee Russ. 104 for Maverick. Yeah, he's really knows what he's doing in this plane. I've seen some of his streams in the past. Right. Shut that condition valve on. I can't see many master cautions apart from putting the engine generators on. Don't forget to do that. Great. So after pushback, we'll have to do some checks there. Yeah, Jay, he's waiting for 20 tons per hour on the takeoff roll. Oh, we can't really hang around too much on the ground. To be fair, on my test sector, I just stood at the hold point for 10 minutes, and I landed in Bahrain with about 25 minutes of fuel remaining.
Complete. Set parking brake.
Right, parking brake is set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Okay, so whilst we're doing that, we can save a bit of time by continuing the checklist. So after pushback, emergency hydraulic generator to ground bypass. That's on. Electrical SSB close. Shed galley generator 1, 2, 3, 4 on, and the water heaters as well. Before taxi, engine 1, 2, 3, 4 running. Nose wheel steering will check. Flight controls will check now. So we've got the flight control indicators there by the mouse. It's moving the elevons, full nose down, full nose up. You can see how delayed it is. I don't think it's as slow as that with the real Concorde, but it does make it very sluggish to fly. Rudders full right and left. So that's good. Engine anti-ice is required.
Disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Okay, flyover, brake fans on, engine idle switches to low. All the engine feed pumps on, hydraulics are checked, electrics are checked, 5 degrees on the nose, trim set for takeoff is in the neutral position. Next it's the taxi clearance. So what we'll do is put on the taxi, there we go, and extend the lights as well. Actually, you know what, before we go, engine rating mode, takeoff set. I'd rather do this now before I get to the whole point. It's on takeoff, taxi lights as required, auto ignition on, auto throttle systems on all 4 engines, engine flight rating set to climb, pressure static heaters can come on, ADS engine probe heaters to on, which it is by default, engine 4N1 takeoff limiter is 88%, D-air tanks on. I'll just put lots of these switches up. on, and 11, 8, 7, 8, 10. These are the ones I always forget. I think that position's fine. Honestly, I've played that back so many times on my old streams, but they're the only ones I move. Inlet valves are in the auto position, and then we have the takeoff briefing. Right, we're now in a good position to request taxi. Speedbird 300, request taxi.
Speedbird 300, taxi right Sierra, hold Sierra Bravo 3.
Right, Sierra, hold Sierra Bravo 3, Speedbird 300. So right turn onto Sierra, hold Sierra Bravo 3, which is all the way up there. Perfect. Right, parking brake released. There's no config check here, so we're just going to add some power. Enjoy the sounds of this.
Speedbird 221, Squawk 7503.
I don't know why it's dinging at me, but it's dinging. Yeah, thanks Luke for your help as well. I've only got rid of it around Heathrow because I think it's just when you load in initially. I mean, I did a test sector with the ortho yesterday, it worked fine, so it's just the ones around the departure airport. And we're now burning 16 tons of fuel an hour. So did Concorde taxi with 2 engines and then start the other 2 on the taxi out to save fuel? Joshua 757, this add-on still needs work done in it by the devs. Yeah, I know. Well, you say devs, I think it's dev, just one guy. We're very lucky to have a Concorde in X-Plane, but yeah, it needs a lot more work. 4 out, 2 in. Thank you, James. We'll remember that on the taxi in if we get into Bahrain. So remember, your nose wheel's significantly behind the cockpit, so you've got to massively overshoot that line. Look, oh, can't teach it. Alright, so Sierra Bravo 3 is going to be the 3rd left.
221, you're showing you're squawking 70 south disregard. Position and start is a pretty safe knock.
Oh, it's very heavy as well. Oh, I can smell the Jet A1. Oh, get back on the taxi line. Yeah, Joshua, I think that's what we were saying. So 4 engines on taxi out, but on the taxi and shut down 2 engines. So got the ground speed there, 15 knots, that's fine. This departure is going to be, as I said, it's not pretty at the moment in King Concorde. I'll do my best for you, but it struggles to maintain altitude, and it's very difficult to hand fly because there's no trim authority. Well, you're at maximum nose down trim, I think, and well, I don't know what was going on yesterday. No reversers or drag chute. Yeah, it just had.
300, contact
It had reversers.
frequency 129.430 for the crossing, goodbye.
For the crossing 129.430, speedbird 300. Yeah, it has reversers, sorry. And you actually had reversers that you could use in flight. Right, over to 129.430. So yeah, you could select 2 of the reversers in flight to, as a drag. Sort of use as drag.
110.
How much fuel have I used? I can't remember what it was brimmed. Was it 95 tons or something? Right, here's the whole point.
Swiss 1382, squawk 1073.
I've got the brakes on my pedals on as well in X-Plane.
009, it's free speed now.
Only on engines 2 and 3 though, yes, James, I remember reading that. We'll just get lined up with the whole point. And we'll use the Cat 1 whole point.
QNH is set to standard. Thanks, you can return to 360 please.
Uh-oh, so I forgot to set standard.
25 Hotel, turn left heading 030 degrees. Left 030 degrees, easy 16 Charlie Hotel. Super 009, turn left heading 250 degrees. You'll be landing
This
on
is the X-Plane 12 beta.
Super 32, speed 250 knots. Speed 250 knots.
Check it when we can. London Control, hello, it's Speedbird Concorde 300. Holding Sierra Bravo 3, runway 27 left to cross.
300, hello, at Sierra Bravo 3, cross runway 27 left now.
Cross runway 27 left now, Speedbird 300.
Planning 63, I'm on a Unicom, goodbye. Good, goodbye.
Come on!
Planning 7112, leave Ockham, heading 075.
95.2 at the start, great. So I've already used 1.4 tons.
Leave Ockham, heading
It's just-
075.
I'll cross over then to November 3 here.
86 Hotel, turn left heading 295,
Don't go there, it's a dead
turn
end.
left 26 left. Turn left 295.
Wow, he's doing Gatwick as well.
Running 7112, descend flight level 70.
Oh no, it's, oh, it explains doing its weird artifacts thing again. Oh,
With them Malta 759.
it's gonna have that the whole way to Bahrain, I'm afraid.
Climb now 180, West Malta 759.
Super 009, descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1019. Super 32, descend flight level 110.
Just get off the runway. I don't know where I need to go after this. Just hold on the parallel. I want to get off the runway, but
Good night 43, hello, line up runway 26 left.
there we are. Just make sure my ass is over there. Speed of 300, cross 27 left.
Speed on your right on Alpha, hold center.
Right, Alpha, hold of the centre. Just say again, sorry, speed of 300. Alpha, what?
Running 712, heading was after Ockham, turn left now, heading 060 degrees.
Hold of what? Said right on Alpha, I'll start that.
Did you call Boeing 712?
Yes, the heading was after Ockham, you've turned too early. Turn left now, heading 060 degrees.
Hold Saturn, thank you.
Super 300, hold at Saturn.
Alpha, hold Saturn, thank you, speed of 300. Bloody Heathrow terms, stupid whole point names. It's all the way up there, I know where I'm going. So yes, in the beta at the moment, if we continue looking over there, you have aliens. Oh no, have they disappeared? Oh, the aliens have gone, yes. You get these random black squares at the moment. Josiah Place, this guy is controlling Heathrow, Gatwick, Southampton, Bournemouth and City. Unbelievable. So Saturn is up here, look, on Alpha.
Line 423, clear takeoff 26 left.
So ground, he's controlling me now on this sector.
Super 009, speed 250 knots. Super 32, speed 220.
So we've nearly used 2 tons of fuel. Taxiing.
FedEx 520, monitor Unicom, goodbye.
HMS Daring 1, oh, don't get me started. I'm leaving it in the beta. It's the opting in and out of the betas which is causing the issue, I think, so I'm just in it for now. We're not going to talk about the issues I've had it explained in the last 2 weeks today. Is it a takeoff config alarm maybe? It could be zippy sample, I don't know. I've got nothing on the master caution.
Falling 7112, descent 5,000 feet, QNH 1019.
Heathrow is just busy 24/7 on that sim. The little young lad.
32, turn left heading 230 degrees.
Dave Washer there. If you're going to hold a SATA, you have to plan it. Dear.
JT38 Delta Tango, monitor Unicom, goodbye. 38 Delta Tango, Unicom, bye-bye.
Just inhibit the master warning system before takeoff. Oh, that's good to know. There we go. Inhibited. Great. Coming up to Saturn now. I think it's all updated with the default one yet. Default X-plane airports are so good. Alrighty, coming up to Saturn. A little bit of brakes.
Falling 7112, descend 4,000 feet, turn left heading 360 degrees.
Turn left heading 360 degrees and descend 4,000 feet, Boeing 7112.
His English is excellent. He sounds like a young lad. Spanish. His English is fantastic.
Super 32, descend 6,000 feet, QNH 1019.
Get a word in which advise holding short.
Super 009, when established on 27 left, descend with the glide path.
Oh, there's 2 tons of fuel gone. Speedbird 300 holding short Saturn.
V-line 423, climb flight level 230. Super 300, first right, hold Alpha 1.
First right, hold Alpha 1, Speedbird 300. Alright.
Falling 7112, speed
So,
1,
first right, and then hold all the way here at Alpha 1.
Sub 63 Charlie, taxi. Sub 63 Charlie, taxi Alpha 1.
Oh, those engines.
Speedbird 32, descend to altitude 5,000 feet. Descend altitude 5,000 feet, Speedbird 32. Falling 7112, turn left heading 300, cleared ILS, runway 27 left.
Doesn't look like anyone else is ready for departure. Nate Russell, thank you very much for your continued support. One of the longest members on the channel. Hope you're doing well. Very good afternoon to you.
V-line 423, direct traffic.
Those edges there goes another ton. Yeah, we burned 2.3 tons of fuel taxiing.
American 771.
Alright, almost at the whole point. Lee takes a bow.
Super 32, turn right heading 240, send 4,000 feet, cleared ILS, approach 27 left.
Alright.
Turn right heading 240,
So just a reminder for departure, straight ahead 2 miles, left turn, Epsom, climb to 6,000 feet. The orange arrow is pointing towards Epsom.
Front of Fort Whiskey Yellow, power landing EasyJet 319, line up 26 left yard.
Wow.
This
guy, how does he do it all? I mean, I hear controllers, new controllers have had some struggling doing clearance. This guy's controlling 4 or 5 airports, including 2 of the busiest on that sim.
I'll call you back for reduction.
There's Alpha 1 anyway.
Running 7112, speed 160 knots until 40 at me.
Right, so speed to 160 knots, Boeing 7112.
Little lad, I love that guy. He's doing a great job.
Sub 60 Charlie ready. Sub 60 Charlie 23, clear takeoff, the wind is 24019 knots.
Alright, there we go, at the whole point. Just before I call ready. Briefing takeoff data complete, transponder is set to Terrar. Actually no, I don't have TRA. Oh I do. I don't know if it works on this. No option, anyway. Takeoff clearance obtained, landing lights on. which I'll turn now to save a bit of time.
American 771, line of control, hello.
Parking brake set, take off monitor, and release the parking brake, and the reheats are on by default. Yeah, they're on. Speedbird 300 holding Alpha, runway 27 right, ready for departure. We'll need 30 seconds on the runway.
300 Roger, line up for way 27 right, report ready.
Line up 27 right, Speedbird 300.
Following 7012, clear to land.
Alright, clear to line up and wait.
The wind is 22014 knots.
Get land runway 27 left while in
TRA provided by Mike One Eyeball.
Speedbird 009, speed
Anyway, clear to line up and wait, ladies and gentlemen. All we're going to do is set the parking brake, turn on the takeoff monitor, and we'll be on our way. I've got to do my best to maintain 6,000 feet. This is, as I've mentioned already, not an easy aircraft to fly in its current state on X-plane.
Call ground on 121.805.
In X-plane, I should say.
Right, 4 whiskey, clip takeoff 26 left, the wind is 22012. Clip takeoff 26 left, right, 4 whiskey.
Taking off with 92.5
Condor
knots.
260 behind, departing Ryanair 737, line of point 26 left behind.
I keep hearing Ryanair call signs, which would be unusual at Heathrow, but of course he's controlling Gatwick.
Not 108, hold Alpha 1. Hold Alpha 1, air not 108.
See how I can line up.
London Control, hello, EC48, Mike Bravo, holding 2 class. EC4, hello, follow the one ahead, hold Alpha 1.
Oh, still going to be way left of the centre line. It'll do, I'll sort it out the takeoff roll. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, so...
032, speed 180 knots. Speed 180 knots, speed 180.
No! I'm not ready yet. Hold on. Let me just reset that. I might have broken the call out now. Parking brake set, takeoff monitor on. We're ready. Here we go. Speedbird 300 ready for departure.
Speedbird 300, roger, 27 right, clear takeoff, wind 22014.
27 right, clear takeoff, Speedbird 300. Here we go then. Releasing the parking brake. Before we do that, start the timer. There we are, run, elapsed timer, and I'll start the chronometer as well. Hopefully it'll redo the thing. No, it's not going the 3, 2, 1 anymore. Never mind, we'll do it. 3, 2, 1, now. Reheats are on, 4 white lights. We're on our way. Just checking, yeah. We're burning... Oh my god. How much fuel an hour? I don't even know. I don't want to know. Jack's right rudder coming in. 80 knots, reducing forward pressure. Oh crap, I've just realised something. Engineer. Trip for takeoff. Centre line. Hands off. Oh my god, the nose wheel's jumping all over. Up we go, rotate. Airborne. Gears coming up. Oh look how much trim I've got! Trimming it out now. So waiting for 2 miles on the DME.
Condor 260, climb now, flight level 180.
See, now it's complaining the pitch angle's too high, but if I lower the nose, look how it accelerates! Getting the reheats off. Something not quite right there. 2 miles, left turn. Speed. Speed. Oh, speed! Oh! I'm gonna have to take a bit of power off. Alright, so now I'm trying to maintain 250 knots and get inbound on this orange arrow. Okay, 250 knots is pretty much there. Okay, 3,000 feet. Yeah, if I lower it any more though, that's going to run off with the speed, so I'm going to lower the nose a bit more.
Condor 260 direct to Dover.
So again, I'm turning to face the orange arrow, guys. I'm descending. Try not to descend. There we go. Alright. So if I engage the autopilot, it won't level off in the turn. So just again, just show you briefly, look, I'm making that turn inbound to the Epsom NDB. Whilst hand flying Concorde. I'm pretty pleased with how I'm flying this. Oh, now I'm VMC, that's making it easier. Oh my god, there's UFOs! Gotta love X-Plane, guys! Stupid sim. It's not like I'm heading that direction the whole way as well. That's going to be there the entire sector, guys. Goodness sake. Right, there's inbound to the NDB. 250 knots. Very pleased by flying here. Yeah, that's the trim, by the way. Yes, trim for flights. Oh! It's trim for flight already. Okay, approaching 6,000 feet. Can add a bit of power, so I think we're good now. Okay. Out to quiet, vertical speed, autopilot, auto throttle, IS and flight. Okay. So that is now going to climb me up to 6,000 feet. Go ahead, Cody, inbound Epsom, approaching 6,000, speed per 300.
300, fly heading 130 degrees, climb flight level 150.
Fly radar heading 130 degrees, climb flight level 150, speed per 300.
Not 108, climb flight level 80.
See how the trim light's illuminated as well. It's a max trim authority here. So on the heading, climb flight level 150, set standard. And I'm going to stay in vertical speed because the pitch mode level change is very broken on the add-on. So we're going to climb in vertical speed the whole way here. So I'm going to set about 3,000 feet per minute, and the auto throttle's maintaining 250 knots. And we can select out to quiet, which is engaged. Alright, after takeoff checklist. Put the visor up as well. After takeoff. Okay, landing gears up, engines checked, master warning panel checked. We'll turn that off, but I've got this yeah. So basically, this is telling me. I'll turn this off. It's at max trim authority at the moment. So if you go here, look, you'll see it's full trim. So it is struggling a little bit at the moment. QNH is set, airspeed and pitch standard set, fuel trim to flight, external lights can come off, nose and visor up. We'll turn all the lights off now.
2245 Echo Bravo, we already have the center like 673.
After takeoff checks complete, takeoff monitor can come off as well. Alright, cool.
And 108, turn left heading 355.
So what we're going to do is tune up Detling, which is our first en route waypoint. Bring up another graph here. There we are. So hopefully we'll get vectors towards Detling, which is waypoint 1, or Cockpit waypoint 2. Just do hours hold pitch and climb on full power. That's a good idea, but I'm quite happy in this sort of comfortable. Oh, we're losing speed. I'll have to lower the nose here slightly. 350 knots I can accelerate to now as well. Vince Naylor, thank you 46 months. Who's riding the bike around the Ford Gallia ringing the bell? Brilliant. I'm trying to check trim. Why is it not accelerating? Left 095 degrees, speed per 300. I need to lower the nose desperately. I'm losing speed. No, I'm accelerating now. Just going to do like 500 feet per minute to get back to 350 knots. Oh my god, I've got gifted members coming in. VNAV speed another 20! Oh my god. Right, I'm going to have to turn that off for a second. Oh, that's crazy! Thank you very much. Why won't it accelerate with full dry power? Look, see, I've set the VS to like 500 feet per minute. It's just not doing it. It's coming down now. Correct, Aaron, you're absolutely in vertical speed. I've set a vertical speed of 500 feet per minute. It's only just done it after selecting it about a minute ago. Ignore the UFOs. God damn it. Why? Everywhere in the sky, the UFOs could be in X-Plane, but it happens to be directly the way we're going to be going. Fantastic X-Plane. You're still in takeoff power. I know, James Crawley. It's full takeoff power I need here. Oh yeah, IS and Cockpit. I need to be in outer quiet, that's what I mean. Now I want full takeoff power. Now she will accelerate to 350 knots. That's why I wasn't accelerating. There we are. So yeah, the IS hold in Concorde at the moment is broken massively. That's sorted the trim out as well as it's accelerating.
And not 108, direct to...
Wait, oh, climb, but yeah, sorry, I never finished the after takeoff checks, did I? So leave it in climb.
Bravo, direct over.
Yeah, it is in climb, isn't it? That's what you mean, climb power? Climb?
Speedbird 300, navigation to Coxie, climb flight level 290.
Power navigation, Coxie, climb flight level 290, speedbird 300.
84, 8 Mike Bravo, direct to Coxie.
So 290, Coxie's waypoint number 2, so what we're going to do here is select remote.
232, contact ground 1
Remote.
decimal 8.
Remote.
225,
Coxie's waypoint number 2. So if I bring up Navigraph here, what you do is go waypoint change, select 0, select 2, insert, order throttles at 350 knots, and then we can go to INS, switch to INS, switch to INS. Now the aircraft is routing direct to, let's remote again, Coxie. 350 knots is the most subsonic speed for Concorde, and flight level 290, which should give us about Mach .95. Oh, engine rating mode. Is that over here? Oh my god, what's going on with these reflections? That needs to be on normal. That wants to be on auto. Engine rating mode is in climb. That's what I want it to, so we're all good. Just pitch for speed, no need for auto throttle. Oh, it's okay. Honestly, this lowers my workload considerably doing this.
Surface wind is 22014 knots, 270, clear to land.
So it's going to add auto throttle and thrust here. Yeah, IS hold used to be really good in the Colimata Concorde.
Charlie, 1 to Unicom, goodbye.
How are you able to keep the alerts muted in Streamlabs? Which I can now unmute. VNAV Speed, who's gifted another 20 members. Sorry, I've not had much time to say thank you again. And we've had 40 people join as members. Follow the commands here to join as a member. That's unbelievably generous once again. Thank you. So yeah, we'll try this, whatever someone suggested, this pitch hold mode. So if I just set a sensible pitch here, like that, disconnect the auto throttle, hold pitch, where's pitch hold, there we are, and I'm just going to go full climb power, and then I can adjust the pitch to maintain 350 knots, and that way we're getting up as high as possible. There we are. So full dry power, and my pitch is being adjusted to maintain 350 knots here. That's a good way of doing it, actually. Coxie will tune active. 114.5. So again, lower the nose slightly because the speed's dropping off. Coxie's now active. There we are, so the RMI is pointing direct to Coxie, we've got the DOB here as well. So again, I'm just lowering that nose slightly to maintain 350 knots.
That's correct.
Airliners Live, do you reckon we'll see the FSL Concorde in Microsoft Flight Limit? Are you the actual Airliners Live with millions of subscribers? Amazing if you are. Fun fact, I was at a base last week and I was travelled north to where you sometimes film, and I saw myself on one of your streams. I'm not going to tell anyone what time and what it was, but the FO was saying, yeah, that's Airliners Live off runway 23 left. And I was like, oh yeah. Cool, and I played back the stream and there I was. I hope, is the FSL one the one in... God, what's going on with this radio? The FSL Concorde, is that the one in P3D? The best one, I hope so. Losing speed, PK well spotted, I've just lowered the nose now. In pitch. Oh, I should be coming back. VNAV Speed, what are you doing? You're crazy. Like, everyone watching is going to be a member by the end of this stream. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, I've got no words. Thank you very much indeed. I'm just going to have to do that again because it's going to go off all the time. Wow, very, very generous once again. Desire Play's got the idea, thanks for that. He has lost his mind. Actually, who was it in chat that mentioned using this pitch hold? That's actually a really nice way of managing the flight path whilst being at the most efficient power, which is full power basically.
0797, descend flight number
I know,
140.
incredibly generous. Oh, next MOG-F is going to be mental, I know.
CG48 Mike Brock, 300, monitor Unicom, goodbye.
Monitor Unicom, thanks for accommodating today. Speedbird 300, bye. Great controlling.
97, descend flight number 140.
Yeah, so all the members that have joined here, you'll make the next members only group flight, which will be in 3 weeks' time. So, again, if you need any help joining the server, feel free to say so in chat. Got a nice long stream today. Oh, this radio tuning panel is finicky. There we are, 122.8 for Unicom. But yeah, that's great, VNAV speed. Very generous, and there's honestly no need to continue, but thank you very much indeed. And really appreciate all the tips flying Concorde. Remember, I don't fly this aircraft very often. Right, what we're going to do, we are going to go back to auto throttle on now, and VS, because we're approaching a clear level. And we're going to maintain flight level 290, because this is the most efficient pitch. Let's just go vertical speed here. This is the most efficient subsonic regime for Concorde. It's basically 350 knots at flight level 290, and we'll just then adjust the indicated airspeed to fly Mach 0.95. So 0.95 at flight level 290 is very efficient. But when I say very efficient compared to modern day turbofan powered aircraft, no, but it's efficient as Concorde could be subsonic. SimSSC, James Crawley's last message. So you still have the aircraft in takeoff flight mode. You have the engines in climb mode, but not takeoff flight switches below the auto throttle master. Thank you. Keep it up. You're very welcome, James Crawley, to keep providing feedback on that. Cheers, buddy. And also, Airlines Live response. I know this is Concorde, guys, so my workload is crazy. And VNAV Spading came in here with a very generous airline. Airlines Live said, if you want the footage, privately of course, GM, we can get the clip. That's very kind of you to offer. I had a look. You hadn't zoomed in onto the cockpit, but having the stream is all I need. It was very cool, and the videography is very, very good. It's yeah, the FO was telling me along 2-3 left for takeoff. You get loads of guys and girls like Airliners Live. There was so many people. It was like midweek. I was thinking, that's crazy how busy it is. Right, I'll aside alerts. VNAV Speed, where are you? Can't even see you in chat. Glad we could catch you. Very cool, Airliners Live. Well, guys, I'm sure some of you are already subscribers of Airliners Live. Go check out channel for some very high quality Manchester Airport operational videos and streams. Very cool. VNAV Speed said, what is the anti-ice rule for this thing? That's a fantastic question. I mean, we're doing Mach 0.90. We'll just go to 370 knots, just to make sure we're doing 0.95. I mean, because of our speed, we're already 3 degrees above ISA. Static air temperatures is so with a bit of ram rise, the temperature's minus 23 here. Oh my god! Howdy! I don't think he's expecting that. Well, there you go. Well, that's what happens when you're on Unicom. I think that was the aircraft that got Diet Coxie, but that's the difference between Mach 0.95 and probably 0.78. Unbelievable. Let's have a little look here. That's so cool. I bet he's never seen Concorde fly past on a virtual flight. Again, ignore this. This is just an issue with the beta in X-Plane. You get these random black squares that appear occasionally, and they do not go until you quit the flight. And unfortunately, they happened to appear on our eastbound sector. If they were behind us, it wouldn't have been an issue. We're sort of heading that way for the whole flight. I think London did a terrible job at separation. I think, to be fair, he probably didn't care. He says, once you're out of my airspace, you can deal with it yourselves on Unicom. But there you go. So, if you are interested, head over to my Instagram, look at my story, and you'll find this.
Concorde, I see you. You are fantastic.
We see you too. Beautiful. Well, we made heading 290 southeast. I think that was just very cool. Very good. And yeah, so if you head over to Instagram, you'll find this. Basically, it's a copy of the fly plan today from SimBrief, which I've updated based off my test sector with all the INS waypoints and the actual flight time based off the subsonic regime we're maintaining now, 0.95290, and we'll maintain that all the way until we get to Vicenza, which is just here. Once we're over the Adriatic, we can do our supersonic climb to Mach 2, which we can then maintain over the Mediterranean and continue maintaining over Bahrain. No, that's not Bahrain, that's the Beirut VOR, but we are going to Bahrain, of course. And back in 1976, until I don't know what date or time, the Concorde had permission to maintain supersonic flight overhead the sparsely populated northern Saudi Arabian desert, I guess. So yeah, and we should be arriving in good time. Actually, we've been airborne now for 20 minutes. My tech sector was 3 hours 20, so 3 hours until touchdown. A337Z says, this is your captain from the fly deck on your right. You can see a fellow Condor flight. Thank you for choosing British Airways. Oh, that's very convenient as well. Look at this. The fuselage is blocking the black squares. No one would ever know they're there. Airlines Live says something quite funny. Sorry if you have been having people asking about the Q400 tutorials. I thought this whole time it was you. Turns out it was Airline 2 Sim series. Oh yeah, you won't find any tutorials on the Q400 here. And all my pre-recorded tutorials are only ever in the 737 because I mean, you guys might find value in me streaming other aircraft, but you've got real-world pilots that fly the Dash 8 Airbus and they do their respective tutorials. I'm not going to do an Airbus A320 or Dash 8 tutorial. I have a lot of fun following real-world procedures and streaming these aircraft, though. Right, overhead coxswain. So we'll tune the Declish VOR, which is 14.4. Again, we're using INS as the primary source of navigation, but we can still back it all up. So there you are, the VOR is active, DME and the RMI is pointing directly to the VOR. And here we are over Belgium. And this is ortho zoom level 14, I think I used for these en route tiles. Took me only about 30 seconds to download each one. Very nice. No doubt, even at 29,000 feet, they would have heard Concorde flying past. Amazing. Actually, I've had a few ding-dongs on X-Pilot. Oh my goodness me. Thank you very much, Scandinavian on 465 says we're watching. Excellent. And also we had someone else stream in the background. Enjoy your flight. Thank you. And also we had QFA. That's Qantas, isn't it? Qantas was saying, love the videos as well. Awesome. So yeah, this is the subsonic flight path regime then. Mach 0.95, flight level 290. Sat here, we're burning 6 tons of fuel an hour per engine, so 24 tons an hour. Unbelievable. We've got 80 tons on board, and in about 45 minutes we should be able to go supersonic. So if we were to actually maintain flight level 290 at Mach 0.95, we can't actually get to Bahrain. We wouldn't have enough fuel. So by going supersonic and going, what is it, twice the speed we are now, we'll be able to arrive with about 30 minutes of fuel remaining. Awesome. Stephen Airliners Live, he could definitely do a mention on the next stream to push him to 100,000 subscribers. Oh, that would be wonderful. Thank you very much. And cheers, Airliners Live. Thank you very much indeed. One day I might have to come down to Manchester as a guest and I can sort of speak to you guys. That would be really cool. I'd have to wear a mask. No, well, very, very fortunately, I also got an email from PC Pilot quite recently and asked if they'd do an interview, which I might do. So you might see my face in PC Pilot in the latest copy. It was really nice to get an email, and the editor has been watching the videos for a long time. But don't forget, obviously, I had a simming journey, and I still do, but this was my life throughout my early teenage years, and I used to buy PC Pilot monthly. I remember when FSX was released in, was it 2006, and they had a whole special edition on the release of it, and they were talking about the groundbreaking graphics and how it looked, and I remember picking up the magazine going, wow, this looks amazing. And now obviously FSX is consigned to the history books, and we have sims like X-Plane and Microsoft Flight Simulator. with incredible graphics and physics and realism. So yeah, I'll be doing that hopefully in the next few months as well. Also, very kindly getting some hardware from Winwing. So sat in my inbox for a few weeks. Was an email from them. They've very kindly sent out some hardware, which is on its way from China as we speak on a FedEx package. Should be with me in a couple of weeks. They're very busy stuff, but I've always been quite curious about their hardware. So looking forward to I'm going to record some videos on that as a product review, and also some streams too. Very exciting. Logcat, no, don't do a face reveal. The mystery is part of the allure. If you look hard enough, you might find me online anyway. LOL FSX, we all just got in the red microlight so we could screenshot 1000 FPS and tell our friends we had monster PCs. Yeah, it was some unreal amount of FPS. But it was very poorly optimised for modern computers, I think. Obviously when FSX came out, it was before sort of multi-core CPUs were sort of mainstream, so I think you could still get quite poor FPS. I mean, when I started this channel 8.5 years ago, my first videos recorded on FSX on my laptop, and I didn't get the best performance on that, I remember. Alan says, I bet many of us will be shocked if we see your face, because it's probably different from what we've been imagining all this time. Yes, I have a great big bushy beard and an afro. Oh dear. That's true as well, Josiah Plays, and I'm very fortunate my operator lets me stream, much to the amusement of the head of training and management team. Not that I speak to them frequently about it, but when I started the channel that time ago, I wrote to them directly asking, and they said, that sounds fantastic. So there you go. Brilliant, Simbear. So, I want to see how our flight plan compares to what I've planned on my test sector. So we're currently inbound to Decrease VORs, 90 miles to go here, you've got the DME. And if you go here to the INS, you've got 88 miles as well, 8.7 minutes. So it's 8 minutes from now, so we should be there at 12:58. And the elapsed time of them will be 33 minutes. On my test sector, I was overhead decrease in 30 minutes, so it's actually, I'm going a little bit slower, but I think that's because on my test sector I departed on runway 09 instead of 27, so there you go. Tim, plot twist, Captain has no face. Yes, it's pixelated. There we are. So 30, yeah, so in about 35-40 minutes we should be overhead for Chenza. What I'm going to do is then climb Supersonic, get to Mach 2, and then I will have a sort of this is a longer stream, about a 20-minute break, guys, just to have some lunch with Joe, and then we'll come back and continue the flight to Bahrain. But yeah, if you actually were to maintain this speed, look, we'd get to Bahrain at 16:06 Zulu. Realistically, we should be there in 3 hours, so that would be 14. So yeah, this is actually only saves about 2 hours on the flight time over a conventional flight. The Bob Marley look-alike. Awesome. And sorry I'm not in the Negus livery as well, which was the original 1976 livery. It is available for the Colimata Concorde, but it just isn't compatible with the latest version of the aircraft. So I did find a Bravo Oscar Alpha Alpha, which is the correct reg that flew this sector, but it is the Landor livery. And yeah, a lot of people were willing to pay handsomely for those 2 hours, I know. It's just because of this. I'm having to fly at Mach 0.95, so that's what's causing the issue. Obviously, if we were able to go supersonic quite soon after departure, we are going to get a significant saving. And if you're a businessman going to New York for an important meeting, that would save you money, perhaps. Tell you what, zoom level 14 tiles en route, absolutely fine. I'm going to use that more often. That's so annoying, this. But that's the problem if you use betas. Doesn't the plate in the flight deck read BOAC even though it's AA? Yeah, Southern Aviator probably. It's only in the external skin that's been updated. There we go. So still burning 24 tonnes an hour. Let's put it in perspective. 24 tonnes an hour in the Max, which holds probably not quite twice as many passengers as Concorde does. This holds 111, but we could squeeze in 195, just over 195 passengers in an all-economy layout in the Max, and it burns 2 tonnes an hour, 24 tonnes an hour or 2 tonnes an hour. Unbelievable. Exactly as Longcat says, literally 10 times what an NG is burning, and about 11 times that of a Max. It's crazy. And the windows are tiny. Yeah, there is a cabin with the Colimata Concorde. It's not very good. But as tempting as it is, we'll follow the real world rules. We could go supersonic now in the sim, but we'll maintain this all the way to the east coast of Italy. Oh, is it, Joshua? Thank you. 2 auto throttles required for subsonic cruise. Got you. See, all these little tidbits for you guys that have studied the Concorde manuals and flown it virtually for years and years and years. Really useful for me. I fly this every sort of 6 to 12 months in the sim. Just have a little brief overview of the manual and go from there. Tint says it's only fuel, not like that's expensive or bad for the environment or anything. Well, this supersonic is it boom project in America seems to be progressing quite well. So I think supersonic travel will be coming back. What the fuel burn will be on that, who knows? Yes, actually I've got a question. I repeat that question from A337. So what's the benefit of using 2 auto throttles? David, you're 100 knots faster than the A321 just behind you. What's our ground speed? 600. That's the highest ground speed I've actually ever had in the 73 with a whopping tailwind. The winds were much stronger on my test sectors. What have we got here? Yeah, so we've got 265 at 45 knots. So we've got a little tailwind, but a couple of days ago when I did my first test sector, it was about 120 knots up here. But when we get to our supersonic climb, we'll reprogram the INS waypoints 1 through to 5 to finish the route as well. Joshua says for Mach 1.7, engage flight director 1, autothrottle 1 with autopilot 1. Don't mix and match flight directors and autothrottles and autopilots. Ah, okay. But you stay in max climb, max cruise, don't you? Or max climb initially, then max cruise transitions. Now on my test sectors, when I did the supersonic climb, I think there's problems with the add-on at the moment. I had multiple VMO exceedances and a rate of climb of about 10,000 feet per minute at one stage. But once I got above 50,000 feet, it seemed to settle down quite nicely. What on earth is that person doing? I think that's just model matching or updating a bit loosely. Hello, says Malta searching. Are we subsonic over all of Europe? So just for this phase here, once we're over the Adriatic, which will be there in about 30 minutes, we can start our supersonic climb. And we'll do Mach 2 and continue that Mach 2 cruise right over Syria and Saudi Arabia, as it was actually done back in the 70s and 80s. There was permission back in the day to maintain supersonic flight. Joshua, 1 auto throttle at supersonic cruise to prevent over revving of the engines. Oh really? I've always left it fully disconnected with full power. There's a story of a 7.4 that once exceeded the speed of sound. Wow. A VNAV speed, I still can't quite get over the amount of gifted members. I think that's a record. I was just looking at the top there. Thank you very much indeed for your generosity. That's very kind. As I said to all of the people watching who became a member today, if you want to join the members only Discord, feel free to do so. It's all it's the main part of the membership. Available to DM and tag as you wish, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Try to get back to as many people as possible on the day. George, you've just received your MCDU from Winwing from the European warehouse. Works like a dream, fantastic. Looking forward to getting my equipment. So I'm getting an MCP and 2 EFIS panels. And that's why, if you look at my monitor here, sure I've got nothing to do on my desk. I put my monitors on arms. So have a look at this, guys. Oh, I nearly just spilled drink all over my laptop. Have a look at this. I've got monitor arms now, so I've freed up all this space up here, and I'm hoping the MCP might slot underneath there next to my radio tuning panel. If not, it can sit on top of this. But yeah, I just put them on arms, and it's freed up so much space on my desk here. Here's my Concorde tips. So every aircraft I fly, I have this notepad for all the different aeroplanes. So it's all my shortcuts in X-Plane, how to bring up various things, how to go supersonic, climb. So every aeroplane I stream, I like to keep notes on what to do. I said I try to do everything as realistically as I can. Right, there we are. I think that's a good position. Great. Log Axis Citation X can sit just supersonic at high altitude. They added limiters to the production aircraft to stop pilots from doing it. No way. I think with a swept-wing aircraft easily do it. Amazing. Air China 747 SP exceeded the speed of sound. I can't quite remember. I've never heard of that story. Interesting. Aaron, if you want to get an idea of how loud the Concorde sonic booms were, look up the YouTube video of Concorde passing over a cruise line in the middle of the sea. I've watched that before, and it is incredibly loud. Airlines Life says Wing stuff is great. Yeah, it's very nice. I'm very fortunate that they dropped a DM and have offered to send me this stuff. But the idea is when I get the MCP and EFIS panel, I'll do not only a review of the product but a tutorial as well. So we'll go over the EFIS panel in detail and how we use it in the real aircraft. And the MCP I'm going to tie with an autopilot tutorial, so how we use various modes on the MCP. And I'll probably use the PMDG because it's fully... what's the word I'm looking for? It's been built with the PMDG 737 in mind, so I think it automatically basically plugs and plays and works. So yeah, that'll be good, because I've had a few people over the years ask for a dedicated autopilot tutorial, so we'll look into that. James, highly recommend the ITV Concorde Cockpit documentation. Very good. There's a whole wealth of information available online. Anyway, but past the decrease VOR, we'll now tune the TACAN, Tango Golf Oscar, 112.5. I think we should get DME from that when we get closer. I did consider flying conventionally the whole way, but it's just easier workload to use INS. So that's definitely a different TACAN or VOR that's tuned. Looks DME is actually increasing slightly. When we get closer, we'll use it. Thanks, Simbel. I'll have a look at that later. Long cut, pretty much. I might have to discuss the other modes, which we use 5% of the time. See, the autopilot's doing a good job here. I was actually quite impressed. I was very pleased with my hand flying on departure. I think I missed a couple of ATC calls, but yeah, it flew better than it did on my test sector. Maybe it's because I was practicing, but I was able to sort of hold 250 knots, fly the heading and do a gradual climb up to 6,000 feet. But what I found was that the speed, or the way it accelerated, I think, if I remember, Concorde after takeoff kept the reheats on for quite some time to maintain 250 knots, but I'm finding in the Colimata the speed runs away really quickly. If you raise the nose further to stop an accelerator, you get pitch warnings saying pitch down, so you end up taking the reheats off early and reducing power to maintain 250 knots, which I don't think is that realistic, but we'll have to, because I remember earlier flights, sort of on takeoff, it was sort of, you'd have to sort of to maintain 250 knots, about 2,000 feet per minute or something. I don't know. Hello, Russell. How are you? Understand you have a new arrival. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Yes, my baby daughter is now nearly 6 months old. She will be next month. So, baby and wife doing very well. And they're out and about this morning. They should be back, as I said. I'll have a break in about 45 minutes for some lunch with them. And life is good. So it's been a busy year. First say first baby, yeah, my first daughter, and I got married nearly a month and a half ago, so I'm looking forward to a quieter year next year. But yeah, so you're enjoying everything and you like the streams, I would very much appreciate if you could share it on your social media pages if you do so, as I would love to get to 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year, which I'm currently on track to do so. Are you planning on having a baby, First Officer? I know, I don't know where the time's gone, HMS Daring 1. 6 months already, goodness, that's passed quickly, I know. It'll be Christmas next. But I've got, I'm off this Christmas. The last two years I've been working throughout the Christmas period, so I'm actually off from sort of the day before Christmas Eve right through Boxing Day, which I'm looking forward to. So we're hosting Christmas this year. Josiah plays. Have to see, won't we? We'll have to see. Pete, you said that every year I've been watching, but always something making the next year really busy. I know. Well, for those of you watching the channel for a long time, it's been a very turbulent 5 years, but I met someone very important to me. Oh, I give maybe or something. Makes me very happy. So life's good. Life's good. But yeah, ticking along nicely at work. Back to work tomorrow in the sim this week. I've got some standbys. I was actually out of base a couple of days last week, flying, and I've already got sims this week in standby. So doing a 6-month check tomorrow. And what else am I doing? Just looking up at my roster actually. 6-month check, 2 6-month checks. So over the weekend. Email says, if I could meet you in real life, you'd receive the firmest handshake ever for a great human being. Oh, it's very kind, very kind. I have my flaws. Excellent. So it looks like we've tuned and now identified Tango Golf Oscar. Geographically, where are we? Karlsruhe, is that Baden-Baden? Oh no. I thought it was near Baden-Baden. Yeah, nice flight over the Alps. Look, just flying to the west of Innsbruck. Let's have a look outside. Very nice. Zoom level 14. That's great. I usually use 15, but 14, the textures are really nice. Obviously, if you were below sort of 2,000 feet, it'd be a bit blurry, but for en route cruise, fantastic. What's that? Quick stopover landing challenge in Innsbruck. Should we do a touch and go? Carry on. I would run out of fuel. X-Men is looking very nice, minus the artifacts, but try to avoid that. Josiah plays, have you ever had to go out of base to a different country? Yeah, sometimes to catch a flight. Sometimes though, you don't operate the same day unless they're really stuck, because your duty time starts from when you start positioning, so if you limit what sort of duties you can do. I don't mind going out of base occasionally. If it's every week, that's a pain, but you know, I flew out of 2 different airports in the last week, which I hadn't done in a number of years. I actually really enjoyed it. It's a different view, you fly into your home base, it's the same every day, but I went to 2 new destinations which I hadn't been to in a very long time, 2 new arrivals, and the weather was gnarly as well last weekend. So I flew on Sunday and I landed in a 30-knot crosswind, which I hadn't done for some time, certainly not since last winter. Short runway flat 40. I'm very pleased with the landings. It was all good, but I'd say it was good anyway, even if it wasn't. Crazy Psychos, are you saying those boxes don't appear in real life? Yes, no. Maybe they do. Howdy Jared, hope you're doing well. I've seen you here for a while. Because we've had 60 gifted members today, I think pretty much everyone in the stream's a member now. Oh, that's crazy. Anyway, yeah, it should be another 20 minutes and we'll be over Venice. Not bad, an hour's flight from Heathrow overhead Venice. Excuse me. Very good performance as well. Oh, I thought I capped the FPS and explained I'm getting 72 FPS. Oh well, PC's working harder than it needs to. Steve says a beautiful looking climate warming but iconic aircraft from another time. It was awful watching its last flight. A tear to my eyes, it flew over the Clifton suspension bridge. I know. It was an end of an era, and obviously the last flew 22 years ago. I know there was some effort to sort of keep one flying on a sort of heritage, but it'd be just too expensive. We'll never see it fly again. I bet from streaming you're always going for that butter. Well, no, not really. Sort of certain conditions you just don't want to butter. I try for a butter to appease you guys, but it's in real life. Check, close, hold, touchdown zone. At the aiming point, boom, done. Now, actually, one of the things that happened in the last year, did anyone see the overrun in Krakow 3 days ago? It was an Enter Air, well, I think it was an Air Explorer wet leased aircraft. So one of the most common accidents in aviation today is runway excursion, either off the side or most commonly off the end. But it's looking like those guys came in way too fast and touched down halfway down the runway, which just doesn't work. So if you're in your sim and you're really on final and you're flying a challenging approach to get there, you've just got to always be prepared to go around, even after touchdown. Just can it. It's just not worth it. But runway excursions is one of the biggest, one of the most common accidents today. So we do everything we can to prevent it. Steve says the left the captain's hat stuck in the expansion gap on the flight deck. I know that one. Actually, another thing I need to get back to, I had a message on Instagram last month and I never actually replied. I got invited to go around Shamwick. The NAT's headquarters is in Shamwick, which I think I might go and do. Absolutely, you've got it, Pete and Walk in 1993. There's a saying that says landings are just failed go-arounds, that's it. Every approach to go-around landing is a bonus. You've got it. That's the mindset you need. And when you're 50 feet over the threshold, your mindset is on landing, but you've got to always be prepared to go around. Actually, you'll do it if you don't. I will do. I need to get back to the guy. I've been very busy the last 2 to 4 weeks. I've not done so many streams. Released a couple of videos, the weather radar tutorial and full flight tutorial on the Max, but I haven't had the time to stream. I'd rather give away for the tour of Shamwick. I don't think it quite works like that. I don't know if it actually requires any disclosure or background checks before, because I've got an airport ID. Might be okay, but I'll have to see. Excuse me, I'm having some water. So, ground speed's still about 600 knots. We started off with 95 tons of fuel. We've burnt 25 tons of fuel to get to this period. I mean, that's more than the amount of fuel you can hold in a 737. Design players are able to do delivery flights to the airline, so I don't know how it exactly works, so no is the answer. And we have some people that are qualified to do it. I'd love to do it once, but I wouldn't want to be stuck doing it, because I think the guy stuck doing it actually wants a bit of a change. But maybe in a few years' time I'll make some inquiries to see if I can do it. But no is the answer. Well, we should be in the next few years getting some Max 10s. It's looking more likely now. Excuse the black lines, but we should see the Alps just start coming into view now. There we go. It's nice and smooth up here. Peter Green, yeah, it would make me a long-haul 737 pilot. Yeah, that's a good question, HMS Daring One. Obviously, there's got to be some economical advantage. Well, Well, there won't be. It will have to burn more fuel, of course, but at what point does it become economically unviable? But it's not going to go Mach 2, is it, the boom? Is it like Mach 1.7 or something like that? I'll have to see. There we are, overhead Tango Golf Oscar, tune the Kempton VOR, 1084, which is just to the north of the Alps. There we go, 68 miles to go, and 6 minutes. So you've got your DME distance here, slant range, and then you've got your INS distance here. Oh no, an annoying black thing is going to be there the whole way. Oh dear. Only, yeah, it's a wide arc that, when you're at Mach 2, that's for sure. Oh, we're directly overhead Stuttgart. Oh yeah, there's Stuttgart down there. There's Stuttgart Airport. So annoying. I wonder if you stare into it, what happens? Whoa. Yeah, it's a known issue in the beta. Valerie says, is the long-range cruise or economy cruise over Mach 1 in the Concorde? This is the, I guess, economy cruise for subsonic flight, so about 29,000 feet, Mach 0.95. Yeah, I know, crazy sarcasm. That actually crossed my mind when I was zooming in. But it crashes now. We won't stare into it for too long. Get sucked into it. Steve says, when you look at those instruments and read the performance of Concorde, you can appreciate the military roots of this aircraft. Basically a military aircraft with seats and champagne. Absolutely, and I think it was said that when it was flying Mach 2, there wasn't much that could keep up or fly with it, you know. And isn't it? There's a video of a tornado or lightning or a photo of it flying Mach 2 next to Concorde. It can only do it for about 10 minutes before it ran out of fuel. Actually, there's a point. There's a few things I didn't do after takeoff here. Brake fans can come off. I think the rest is all configured. Obviously, we're very fortunate to have a virtual flight engineer who's adjusting the fuel as required to keep the aircraft in trim, but also distribute the fuel to ensure that these fuel tanks which feed the engines always are full. Hydraulic management is pretty automated as well. Obviously being a 3-crew aircraft, there's a lot going on. Now, I don't know when the engine flight rating will go to cruise. I guess I want to keep them in climb for our supersonic climb in 15 minutes, but I'll leave them there now. Explain black holes and take you to explain 13. Walking apart from faking to Mike, I just have a plan. I guess you're talking about an operator there. Who knows? Who knows? I just fly planes. Valeria says it's a wormhole. You can warp speed to Bahrain. We'll have to see. Right, coming up to the Alps anyway. Munich off to the left-hand side, which I don't think we'll see, but hopefully now if we look out the window, or go outside at least, we'll see the Alps coming into view. There they are. Yeah, you can see the texture quality's dropped off a lot on zoom level 14, but like I said, when you zoom down like this, it looks absolutely fine. That's a great shot. Harry says the Colimata is lovely, but when the FS Labs eventually makes its way Microsoft Flight Sim, but I don't think you're able to prime you away from the computer. Yeah, that is the GOAT of Concorde on any desktop simulator, I know. This is just the best that we have on sort of X-Plane. I know there's a DC Designs one, but I think it's very arcadey, isn't it, in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Jackie, you've just bought the FS Labs Concorde on P3D, very good. I think that is working really nicely. But I won't install P3D just to fly that. I'll wait patiently for it to come to Microsoft Flight Simulator, which I think it will do in time. Well, nice little 600 knots exactly. Still a very good ground speed. Down to 68 tons of fuel. Burnt nearly 30 tons. I think this is the longest I've gone without going supersonic. Anyway. Yeah, exactly, Henry. It's P3D again has its place, I guess. And when I started the channel, it was only P3D and FSX and X-Plane 10. And then X-Plane 11 came out. Tried it for the first time, but yeah, I don't want to go a step backwards. Stuart, no, I think you're correct. The engines on this are the same as the Vulcans, just with no reheats. Well, with reheats. That's really cool, isn't it? A337Z that PMDG are making a 747-100. The 400 is what I'm really yearning to fly. I have never streamed or flown the 747-400. I know there's one available for X-Plane. I don't think it's great. I didn't install it, but I looked at pictures like, no, that's below my sort of acceptable level of quality. I know PMDG had one for P3D and it's very good. So yeah, that's an aircraft I think I'll be really excited to see. Very interesting that they're making a classic, the 100. HMS Derry says, look at the DME. Well, you wait when we're going Mach 1. Oh, sorry, Mach 2, and we're flying overhead these VRs. You'll see the numbers go down very quickly then. Astonishingly quickly. Here come the Alps. Very nice in X-Plane 12. I'd say X-Plane 12 is looking great. Look at that. Inbound Vicenza. So, that gives us something to work off. Vicenza. 13.8 minutes. Soon after passing Vicenza, we'll start our supersonic climb. Vicenza VOR 13.4. Active. Happy days. Hello Sasha, on your break, how's it going? Very well, thank you very much for tuning in. I hope work isn't too much of a drag. BA 747-400 ops at the PNG are going to be immense. Well, they were the largest and last mainstream operator. Is there actually any 400 passenger variants still flying around? Can't be many. Josiah Place at PNG are going to make all the 74 variants. Yeah, I don't think they've ever had an SP in any simulator. It's off the 200. They didn't make an SP of the 400, did they? We're all looking forward, Steve, for the 738 to come to Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. Yeah, me too. Do Lufthansa still use the 400s? Oh, really? They've still got some. They've got the 800s, that's for sure. And they're still using the 400, that's cool. A337Z from Belarus, we have a working 747-300. Oh my god, goodness me, I've not heard that ping off for months. Someone's just bought a notebook from Alpaca Airways. Someone's gone to my Teespring merch store and purchased a notebook. Thank you very much. I don't know where you are in chat, but I hope you enjoy writing as many notes as possible in your new notebook. Thank you. An anonymous individual. That's hilarious. Sure, does the airframe stretch to subsonic speeds? Good question. I doubt it because the heat isn't there. 120 odd degrees, isn't it, at supersonic speeds? But it's currently minus 38, so I doubt there's any change in the fuselage. Peter says, one thing I noticed from this is from sitting in the Concorde a few weeks ago at Brooklands was just how small the windows are. Not much bigger than a pair of glasses. They are tiny. I think that was to do with the fact that the fuselage didn't stretch. all the cables had to accommodate that as well. The cabin in this isn't great. It's okay. The fact it has one is nice, but you can have a rough idea of how small the windows are. There you go. Ooh, nice over the Alps. Stick my head out the window. And 2-2 configuration as well. Very nice. So if we look carefully to the left-hand side, we should see Innsbruck. Just down in that valley, I guess. Over there. I think that's it there. Yeah, there you go. There's Innsbruck. Oh, I don't want to zoom in too far. It can cause issues with the sim, guys. So, but we'll stay on the external view as we go over the Alps. It's very nice. Simba, my alpaca notebook is sitting on my desk. Very good. Gentlemen, that reminds me, I need an extra alpaca Airways mug. What happened to the old one? Now, I used to do merch giveaways. Unfortunately, just with the way it works, Teespring doesn't allow you to gift products, and the way I was doing it before isn't quite correct according to the way that it's all managed here on the channel. So I can't do that anymore. I wrote to Teespring to see if I could have a gift product. Said it's not their plan to do so. But I've got a flight deck sim mug and a hoodie. Yeah, all right. Hey, 337 said their windows do look like embrasures. What? I don't know what that is. Steve says notebook to write down how many you can't teach it per stream. Brilliant. Oh, you know what I've not done for a while? Stapler cam. Ugh. Actually, it's now sellotape reel cam. It's a nice little trick I'll show you. So if you go here, if you hold down the arrow in the sim, it'll spin the camera around. If you hold down control, it'll do it slower. Then you do that and put that on the arrow, and then I can go for a break, and you get this beautiful panoramic view of Concorde going over the Alps. Oh no! I think I accidentally pressed the button to go to my tablet. There you are. Unfortunately, there's no Concorde sim brief profile, so you just have to use a. I use a 747, I think, and then just use the fuel planner built into the aircraft. A few issues with the orthotar. Sellotape cam, yes, high tech. I'll do it again so I can look at chat whilst you enjoy these beautiful panoramic views of the Alps. There we are. Oh, it fell off. I'll try again. Beautiful. There we go. Pro streamer, I know. Won't be long until the Adriatic, guys, and then we can go supersonic. Right, nearly a quarter of the way there at subsonic speeds, anyway. Hello, Green Libya. What's the destination? We're going to Bahrain, Oscar, Bravo, Bravo, India. Oh, such a pretty aeroplane. I can't believe we're getting a glimpse by the streaming curtain. I text them, I know. Alexander Wood, how stable's the new beta been for you? It's been okay. I'm having issues with X-Plane launching. And I have done for the past month or so. It's involved 2 clean reinstalls of the simulator. And even with the vanilla non-beta version of X-Plane, sometimes when I start, it's always when I start a flight, it hangs on reading new scenery files or loading aircraft. The stream today was 15 minutes late starting because I had the exact same issue, but it's just sporadic, it's random. In preparation for this stream I did 2 test sectors, no issues at all with Ortho. All the plugins needed for Concorde worked every time. I could go between, just turn it down here slightly, I could go between Heathrow and Bahrain, it would load in 30 seconds. No changes to the simulator or setup. Turn on my PC this morning, launch X-Plane, it would not launch a flight. It would start the flight and it would just hang on reading new aircraft files or reading new scenery files, and I made 0 changes. Literally exactly the same as my test sectors, and it just would not launch. What fixed it was rebooting my PC 3 times, and on the 3rd time I removed the ortho tiles around London Heathrow and then loaded in. But why it worked yesterday and the day before fine with the same ortho tiles and today it didn't, I don't know. But that's the sort of issue I'm having in X-Plane at the moment. Very occasionally it just doesn't launch a flight. Even with stock X-Plane 12, vanilla with no plugins or anything installed. And it must be something on my PC. Looking online, there are some people having the same issue, but the majority of the members I've been chatting to don't have the same issue. Anyway, I digress. So overall, once it's up and running, in flight, very stable. Is it heavier on FPS compared to 12.2? Seems the same on my spec, on my PC. But it's looking very nice, X-Plane, as we transit over the Alps. Coming up to Venice soon. And also in the beta you've got this, which is quite common. Maybe it's something in the air today, yes, maybe. Just find out X-Plane 2 fussy, it's why I'm pretty much using Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. Yeah, I have to say, very impressed with 2024, and it's very stable. I don't like the configs, so if you want to set up the, for example, the Colimata Concorde, setting up all the different buttons and things to make it work on the keyboard is a dream, really nice. I hate the fact that Microsoft Flight Sim still are using this very unreliable control config system, so selecting an aircraft never seems to work, and adjusting your peripherals and buttons it's just time consuming and quite fiddly to use. But apart from that, it's very solid, and I still maintain the best overall package that you get in a desktop simulator. But I've enjoyed using X-Plane the last few weeks, even though I've had spent hours and hours trying to fix it. But we'll jump back into 2024 soon. I don't know where to continue with the career episodes, the career playlist. I think we've got to episode 10. Not launched it since. It's just a bit buggy and a bit random. I don't know if it's been fixed. Has Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 multiplayer been updated? Because we did a flight about 2 months ago and I saw only one person, even though on the map it showed dozens of you with me, but it could only display one person. Has that been updated so it actually shows other traffic on the same server? Exactly, Jamlin, yeah. So in X-Plane, I've had to spend more time in settings and changing things than actually flying. I mean, every stream does. This stream today will probably be about 4 hours long, 4.5 hours. For every stream I do, it's probably twice the amount of time in preparation and work, because there's nothing worse. And I very, very occasionally just do an impromptu stream, but it's usually in something like the PMDG or iFly or Zebo, because I know how to fly that aircraft. Whenever I stream anything else, I always do a test sector, because I'm very much, I don't want to have problems whilst you guys are watching, because A, that's frustrating for me. It's no fun for you to watch, and then I have to quit after 20 minutes. So I always make sure everything's up to date, latest aircraft installed, do a quick test sector, so I have a rough idea how it's going to work. But yeah, it's nothing worse if I just do an impromptu stream and you watching me going, I don't know what this does, which I had a little bit at the start as I couldn't find certain switches on the overhead panel, but I always try to prep as best as I can. Welcome, Perceptron, thanks for your subscription. Josiah says the 737 is one of the hardest aircraft to fly. Yeah, very hard. Yeah, great skill required, great ability. Yeah. Only the best pilots fly the 73. Yeah. It's fine. Josh says, I love how it flies, but can't agree more on the fact to spend more time setting up than actually flying. If we could have X-Plane airports and Microsoft Flight Sim, I'd be happy. Yeah, I agree. Right, I'm going to erode my right arrow on my keyboard, so I'm going to jump back into the cockpit, because we've finished crossing the Alps, and Vicenza is on the nose. Once we've passed Vicenza, make a left turn as soon as you cross the coastline, we'll start our supersonic climb in about 5 minutes. So, there we are, bye-bye Alps. Venice will be coming into view in a second. Ah, hello wifey. Sorry. Ah, how lucky am I, chat? Joe's arrived and made me a cup of tea. You okay? Baby okay? I'm very spoiled. Have a look at this. You'll see some people. Look. Edo says, "Hi Joe." Don't worry, the camera's not on. How spoiled am I? I'll come down in about 20 minutes for a break. Thank you. Oh, thanks guys. Everyone saying hello. Very spoiled, aren't I? I've just had a brew. Tin, is your wife called Joe? You don't get cups of tea. There we go. Is that a good colour? Everyone was asking last stream how the colour was. There we are. Renado says, "Hi Captain, followed you so long, thanks for my hobby for more than 4 years." Awesome, Renado. Well, thank you very much for popping in, and I'm glad you're enjoying flight simulation. Oh, very good, Tin. Well, you best ask, where's my cup of tea? Who was it last stream that said, try it in 20 years time? Oh, Edo, sorry. Rotate the camera a bit to the left so we can see a bit of your northern Italy. There you go. Edo, one of my mods from near Vicenza. Off to the left here. There you go, sir. I'll end up wearing it, trust me. Kia says, brand new to simming. You can do some simple flights in the 7.3 now. Thanks to the content. You can kind of teach it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. There's Venice, ladies and gentlemen. Just off the nose. We'll stay in this view so we can see Venice, and then we'll start our supersonic climb over the Adriatic. Liam says it looks perfect. Very good. We've got some, again, if you're wondering what they are, if you just tuned in, there's just a few issues with the beta and X-Plane that shows these random black artifacts, and they won't go, unfortunately, for the rest of the flight, but it's okay. Josh C, you get a slippery slope if you say anything. Steve says, when I was married, I just got shunted for being on that damn simulator again. Never mind a cup of tea. Dude, I love it. Anyway, there's Venice. You got Treviso, and then the main airport, Vicenza, is just off to the left-hand side. There it is. That's a beautiful approach. It's best for the first stop, so when you're landing on the, is it 30? Can't remember the runway orientation now. No, no, 04. Wrong way. So yeah, when you're landing 04, beautiful view of Venice. Same with going into so many cities. A lot of them seems to be best on the right-hand side. Renadu says the black ones are the supersonic entry points. Yes, actually, we'll be making a left turn soon. Or we're going in that direction. Our nose will be pointing towards the black hole. Awesome. So, after a flight time of 1 hour 17 minutes, we have made the Adriatic, and it's now time to do our supersonic climb. You probably, when they historically did this flight, had to be probably a way over the Adriatic before you did it, but we'll at least pass this part of the coastline. Crazy sarcasm, I take it you can't ask to swap for a day. What if it's another skipper? Well, the beauty is, because I'm now an LTC, or a line training captain, I am cleared to operate as pilot flying on the right-hand seat. So, line captains, before I became a training captain, can operate in the right-hand seat, but they can only operate as pilot monitoring. They're not allowed to fly. Even though they're qualified, it's just the way it works from operator. But as an LTC, you're qualified to be pilot flying from both seats. So generally speaking, it doesn't happen often, but if I am rostered to fly with another captain, and they are line captain, I just say, I'll fly the right-hand seat, because then obviously we can both fly pilot flying a sector each. So yeah, if I was flying into Venice, I would say, yeah, alright, I'll sit in the right seat, thanks. And on 04, right? Great, right. Time to do our supersonic climb. So, I've got my notes here from every time I've done it. It says disconnect the auto throttle, set pitch hold, update pitch left of artificial horizon. Just to give it a slight climb, so something like that. Apply full dry power. Put the reheats on in pairs, passing Mach 1, engage max climb. and then up we go. So, I think we're all ready to go. Are you guys ready in chat to go Supersonic Mach 2? I think we are. We're not going to upset any Italians now. We're over the Adriatic. Let's do it. Alright. So, current ground speed, 603 knots. It's a bit broken at the moment. We might exceed VMO a few times in the climb, in max climb, but we'll just have to monitor it. So, we'll set 60,000 feet. Remember, the aircraft doesn't level off. It just maintains an altitude between sort of 50 and 60,000 feet. So, we're now going to go to pitch hold. So the aircraft's going to start pitching up. I'll disconnect the auto throttle. I've gone full dry. Okay, reheat's coming on in pairs. There's the inner two. There we are. And now we're going to put on the outer two. And now max climb. Mach 0.98, 0.99. That's normal as you pass Mach 1. And there we are, we're now supersonic.
30,000 feet.
And now we are climbing. And occasionally on my test sector we... Oh, sorry, charts. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, how annoying to go supersonic and I had the charts up. What a prat. Sorry, guys. Pro streamer here. Anyway, Mach 1.5, look at the ground speed increasing. So now the aircraft pitches to sort of stay just below MMO. And it's a high drag regime at the moment. And then when we start accelerating, the engine... what have they called here? If I go to engines... down to 60 tons of fuel, the ramps start closing to ensure that the airflow into the engine stays subsonic. But we're now passing Mach 1.1. Fuel flow right now is 18 tons per hour per engine. So what's that? That is 72 tons an hour. We'll be out of fuel in about 45 minutes if we were to leave it like this. Air brakes on and do it again. Sorry, guys. We should get sonic boom on the fly past as well. Listen, I'll just turn the external volume up. He says. There you go. You just about heard it because it's near the aircraft, but when we go Mach 2 it should be delayed. Amazing. Alright, so Mach 1.2. Still climbing. And then it's working better than it did on my test sector. 72 tons an hour, and that's the economy setting. 72 tons an hour. It's just, I mean, look at the total fuel gauge, guys. It's burning 100 kilos every 4 or 5 seconds. Bonkers. And then people ask why Concorde didn't stick around. I know. Imagine if you put it in sport mode. Mach 1.26, still accelerating, still climbing. This is insane. Absolutely crazy. So ramp moving's confirmed. So if I go here to aircraft, you can see if I select engines, the inner ramp and outer ramp have started to close. As I just mentioned, that's to keep the airflow subsonic into the engine. If it didn't have those ramps, the engines would just fail because it cannot intake supersonic air. And you can see that as well. You know, the Colimata is reasonably well modelled in these respects. It's completely automated. This it's controlled by an early design computer, and you can find the position of the ramps here, and I think the engineer had the ability to control them manually as well if they failed. So if you have a look here at the secondary nozzle, God, there's some weird reflections here. Where's the nozzle indications? Here, there we are. There you go. If you zoom in really far on these needles, can you see them moving? Look, there you go. It's a bit clicky, but that was completely automated. But the engineer, or was it completely automated? I think it was. But the engineer has the ability to manually control the ramp positions to ensure that that airflow stays subsonic. Mach 1.45. Now this is where I think it's climbing a little bit too excessively, and then reheats come off at Mach 1.7. If you keep the reheats on, you run out of fuel. Ground speed. Have a look up here as well at the ETA. Look, tumbling 1501 Zulu. 1500. It's going down a minute every 3 seconds because we're accelerating. Our ground speed you can see up as well. We're about to pass 1,000 knots ground speed. It used less fuel going between 0.95 and 1.7 with the reheats than without. Unbelievable.
40,000 feet.
Now it's really climbing 3,000 feet per minute. I think there's like slightly less drag once you get above sort of Mach 1.5, so the acceleration and performance increases hugely. But actually on my test sector it was a bit sort of all over the place. Here it's doing quite a good job. There we are, about to pass Mach 1.7, so it should advise me to turn off the reheats. So suggest reheat off, watch the fuel flow go down here. So 1.6 reheats off. Oops, why is that not working? I'll have to do it manually. No, wrong way. There we are, you see the fuel flow massively decreasing. So now we're burning just a mere 24 tonnes an hour. So it's about 3 times as high with the reheats on. And there we are. Max climb or maintain. We'll gauge max cruise when we maintain Mach 2, and then it just pitches essentially to maintain Mach 2. What's the temperature of the nose now as well as we accelerate? Still heating up, so -3. It'll gradually rise obviously as the temperature increases, but where's the total air temperature on Concorde? I don't know where you can find that. I don't know, I think that acceleration, obviously we're a lot less fuel than when we usually do our supersonic climb because we've been subsonic for an hour, but I find that the performance is a little excessive. Ground speed now 1,100 knots.
Passing Mach 2.
There we are, Mach 2. So max cruise is engaged, now it prioritises pitching for Mach 2, passing 50,000 feet at 5,000 feet per minute. So the nose will start lowering and it will just maintain Mach 2 now. And as the fuel is burnt, it actually ends up getting close to 60,000 feet. Amazing. So if you want an impression of what Mach 2 looks like, if you're stationary in a hot air balloon, there you go. There you go. And this is not moving the camera at Mach 2. Bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. There we are. Happy days. So now our ETA is 14:30 Zulu. That's 15:30. That's about an hour and 45 minutes from now. We'll be overhead Bahrain. Not bad when you're just in northern Italy. So obviously you'll have to slow down to subsonic flight, and then we're probably landing on runway 30 right today, but the way I've timed this should be about 30 minutes before sunset, so it should be a beautiful ride. Awesome, so we've got another very important job to do. We've got more than 9 INS waypoints. Now we're established nicely at Mach 2. And waypoint number 9 takes us here to north. I have to make sure I remember this. Yeah, fix 3. We'll double check. So we're currently... Oh, I've still got remote on. There we are. 1, 2, 3. So if I go here to waypoint, just double check. Waypoint number 9. It's 35 degrees... 3525 north, 021 40 west, east. So I've got Navigraph up. Just want to double check. So yeah, this is it. This is our last INS waypoints. We need to start reprogramming number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we'll do that now before I forget. So to sequence the INS, it goes from 9 to 1 again. So 3525. What we're going to do is go to the flight plan. And we'll put in waypoint number 1 as the 4th one here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Just double check one more time. 32.25. There you go. So that's the last INS waypoint. This is the one we need to put in as number 1. So we're going to load the INS waypoints for the rest of the way, so we don't forget. So waypoint number 1, and this is the INS waypoint here. So north 3430. Actually, you know what? I'll bring the. I don't like using the third party one here. That updates it perfectly. So number 1 waypoint. Let me just highlight it here so I don't make the mistake. So that's a north 3430. North 3430. Insert east 02410. 02410. There we are. 10.0 insert. There we are. So waypoint number 2. Oh no, I forgot to put it on remote. Damn it. So I need to make sure all of them are updated. I'll just do that one more time. So if you don't select remote, it won't update all of the INSs. It'll only do one of them. So I'll just reinsert that one more time for number 1. North 3430. Oh, don't want to use that one. 3430. Insert east 02410. 02410. Insert. So if I yeah, there you go. It's updated. Perfect. So number 1 is done. Next is over Beirut. It's the base VOR. So that's waypoint number 2. North 33462. North 33462. Insert east 035 insert waypoint number 3 is here, TRF. Highlighting it so I don't make a mistake. It's great because this is a conventional flight plan. You can actually see your flight time here. Why can't you use the physical buttons? I think you can over ping. I just like to prefer using the plugin. It works better. Waypoint 3 then. It is TRF. Yes. North 31418. 31418. Insert east 038441. 038441. Insert waypoint number 4 is Delta Hotel Alpha. North 26156. 26156. Insert east 050084. And lastly, the VOR over the airport, which is here. North 26155. Insert east 050393. 0393. Insert. There we are. So each one of the INSs has been programmed, and that will take us all the way to Bahrain. Where's remote? There we are. And we'll just keep that on to distance time. There we are. So 186 miles, carrying 9.6 minutes. We are over the Adriatic, flying Mach 2. Look how far away Vicenza is already on the shoe. I think if we look off to the right side, you might just about see Italy. There we are. Beautiful. And on that note, I'm going to have a quick break, guys, if that's okay, because it's quite a long stream, 2 hours 20 minutes, and we're going to be another hour and a half. So what I'm going to do is just grab some lunch. It'll be about 15 minutes. Come back at about 2:05 British summer time, if that's all right, guys. What I'll do is start a little timer so you can sort of see when I'll be back, if I can find out where I put it. There, I've got a 15-minute timer, so I'll start it now. I'll see you back in about 15 minutes. If you enjoy the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. And I'll leave you in this external view. And I'm just going to grab some lunch. I'll see you very shortly. Cheers, guys. Hello. Thanks for that, guys. Just had a little bit of a intermission, had some lunch. Sushi on the menu today. Tesco sushi. And I can see the aircraft is pretty much as I left it, which is good. Not in some sort of crazy nosedive. But everything seems to be progressing quite nicely. So Mach 2 over the Adriatic. Wow. We went supersonic, what, 25 minutes ago? And we've crossed the entire length of Italy in 25-30 minutes. We'll then make a left turn eastbound, flying south of Crete and onwards to Cyprus. Flight time now 1 hour 43 minutes. So in less than 2 hours we're abeam Greece. Just passing Corfu. Actually no, we've already passed Corfu on the left hand side. Still got the aliens. Anyway, who's in chat? Ah, Felis, hope you're doing well, buddy. Nice to see you here. The developer of the excellent 747-200 by Felis. Actually, you DM'd me on Discord. I think it got lost in the DMs, Felis. Sometimes you can read a DM on Discord and then you get another one and it can get a bit lost there. So I think we were talking about... Sorry, brother. I'll try and get back to you as soon as possible. Good evening. All over the world, Josiah, it's just past 8 o'clock in the morning for you. Hate time zones. Yes, mid-afternoon here in the UK, 10 past 2. 3 Fairdo. Massive difference anyway. Phyllis says good news, just got a paint kit for the 742 freighter, implemented new weather radar into the 742 as well. We'll add it to the Felis as well. Some minor fixes, testing time. Very good, we look forward to trying it. Closed beta first and I will send to YouTubers for a review and hype. Very good. Well, we'll be the first. One of the first, I'm sure, Felis, to try it out. We do love the Felis 742 over this channel. Josiah would hope you'd be swinning when you got back. Brilliant. Hello, Sean Nukien. Hope you're doing well. Ah, Felis, yeah, you was asking what add-on to use for X-Plane 12 scenery. I don't really. I generally use stock airports and Ortho 4XP for the en route titles, which, oh gosh, you can see in the turn, look how much it's having to descend. But generally speaking, that's all I use. And vanilla X-Plane 12 looks great pretty much as it is. So to answer your question that you asked in Discord, don't really do anything. There are occasionally some payware airports that pop up and I'm sort of take a look at, but I'm very impressed with the default airports available in X-Plane. Sean, you just woken up? Whereabouts in the world have you come in from, sir? Luke, coming into 20 to 11 at night, so yeah, you're going to be midnight, something like that when we land. Oh no, the aliens are coming back into view. That's what a Mach 2 turn's like. Coming up to our INS waypoint 9, and then it will sequence to 1, just south of Crete. Oh, so it does overshoot the turn slightly, and the flight director is chasing a lot, but it's very wide turn radius at this speed. That's a great view. Look at that under the belly. No, I only use I don't use auto Ortho Fearless. I just do the old school random tile generation. That's it. Nothing else. So for GA, I generally don't use X-Plane just because it is significantly better in Microsoft Flight Simulator with the auto gen and the 3D modelling of everything. Very good, Sean. I don't think I've ever seen anyone in chat from Gainesville, Virginia. Thank you very much for popping in. So next waypoint, distance 130 miles, covered in 6.5 minutes. So we can actually work out endurance here. So we've got 43 tons of fuel and we're burning just over 20 tons an hour. So what's our actual burn right now? 5.6 tons an hour. Times that by 4. It's just over 22 tons an hour. And we've got 43. So if we have the engines as they are, we'd run out of fuel after about an hour and 45 minutes. Good job, top of descent's only about an hour and 10. So this is right on the maximum range of Concorde. Well, I say the range based off that subsonic flight regime. Yes, it is rather range, but it could obviously fly faster, fly further if you go supersonic as soon as you take off. So as soon as you go supersonic, the range is massively increased. So the longest flight we ever did in Concorde was Barbados to Heathrow, and we went supersonic as soon as we could, and we still landed at Heathrow with only about, I think it was 25-30 minutes of fuel remaining. Concorde was always a fuel mayday, pretty much. It landed with 30-40 minutes of fuel remaining, which today, if you're ever landing with that amount of fuel, you're down to your final reserves almost. Ah, Tin! I inspired you to make a cup of tea for your wife. I love the fact we have the same wife's name. I probably think that should be off. Now, someone mentioned that you should turn on one of the auto throttles. Slave Maps, has X-plane crash yet? No, it's all good. Just the weird black artifacts there. If the Concorde ever ran out of fuel, looks like it would have a good glide ratio. I doubt it. Great wing designed for supersonic flight, not for slow flight. For that you want a nice long straight wing. So this would have been an awful glider. Yeah, give that a go, Felis. Got it, bit time computing to prepare, and I forgot how I did that. We'll check the old tutorials for Ortho 4XP. That's exactly what I do. For me to download a tile, it's not too challenging, so I load up Ortho 4XP, select the tiles I want, I change the zoom level sort of 17 or 16 around the airport, so I use 14 en route now, and it's very quick to download, and then I just drag it to my custom scenery folder when it's done. You'd think the Space Shuttle will have a good glide ratio as well, but it doesn't. No, it's also a very poor glider. For a good glider, you need a long, straight wing. This, I'm sure the guys in the sim would practice engine failures, but I mean, I could demo it, but this is not a good glider. See if we get the sonic boom. Yeah, you can sort of hear it as soon as it flies past. Very cool. Yeah, so Felix, if you're having to reload the sim many times, don't download Ortho. Just stick with stock. Oh, Josiah plays. That's a bit of banter there. You should demo a gear failure. Yeah, that's what happened to me on the stream once flying Concorde. The gear failed. I remembered to lower it, but it didn't lower. So I went around and then lowered the gear on the next approach. Top tip for fuel saving: turn the engines off. Great. Noted. So this is quite normal. You see the Concorde is slightly descending, so it would adjust its altitude constantly just to make sure it maintained Mach 2 with full dry power. So the thrust receivers are firewalled with no reheats, obviously. Josiah plays Luke, full of the banter. So first en route VOR we can tune. It won't be a while till we get there, but it's overhead Beirut. It is the base VOR 113.9. So flight time should probably be a bit long, about 3.5 hours now. Airborne for 1 hour 50. So we've got about an hour and 40 minutes left till touchdown, I'd say. Imagine if you had the Concorde as the 69th during the 69th members only group flight. That would have been a nightmare. So you can have a look at the GUI and see what everything's doing. So engines are at full power. 42 tons of fuel. We're still 20 tons above max landing weight. These are the really... Obviously the engineer's managing the fuel here, but it's very important you keep tank 1, 2, 3 and 4 full, because these are the feed tanks, the engines. So the engineer needs to always ensure fuel's pumped into that, and adjust the green trim tanks to keep the aircraft's CAG within limits as well for each phase of flight. Thankfully it's all being managed automatically. Ramps are almost closed at 20 degrees to ensure that air is subsonic. It's very cool. Hello, Itch It and Scratch It. Welcome on board. Hope you're doing well. I wonder how long British Airways kept this route going. I know, well, I read that when Concorde first flew in 1976, scheduled passenger services with BA and Air France, they were currently banned from flying into America. And reading into the political side of that, apparently they banned it, they claimed it was because of noise and pollution and whatnot, but they sort of thought that the real reason was the American government hadn't been successful, Boeing hadn't been successful with their supersonic transporter, was it the SST? So they just said no, Concorde can't fly. So I think there was a geopolitical element of allowing Concorde to fly into America, and then obviously they got their permission to do so. Oh, that's cool with the sun coming into the cockpit, very nice. It's a bit shaky, the shadows, but very nice. Airborne for 2 hours, we're already at Crete. Well, that's a 4-hour flight from the UK. Something like that for you, this. Yeah, Boeing 2707, I think so. SST for sure. But I was reading about it here. In fact, I'll share the page, hold on. Hello, Cat. 64 members as a member. What is a penguin's favourite pasta? Penguini! I'll see myself out. Unbelievable. That's one of your jokes I can actually understand. Sometimes you say things I have no clue. That's, yeah. Well done, Cat. Thank you very much for your support as well. 64 months. Crazy. 5 and a bit years. Thank you very much, sir. Unbelievable. Don't know where that came from. How random. Anyway, have a read of this. Really interesting from Heritage Concorde. So this is what we're replicating today. So Concorde's first scheduled service. That was the livery I tried to find, but it wasn't one that was compatible with this current build. £356 was the cost of this flight back in 1976 from London to Bahrain. Oh my goodness me, I think I've just seen more gifted members coming in. Thank you very much, Itch It and Scratch It. Very generous. 5 gifted members. Loads of gifted members we had today. We've got Brickhead, love it. Lusty94. KVN Schnutz, Tony F, and Hedgehog Peter. He says, Itch It Scratches. Oops, my finger slipped again. That's very generous of you. Thank you very much. Cat, back to the penguin bar. Brilliant. Is it dad joke time? Absolutely. Unbelievable. Thank you, Itch It and Scratch It. Very kind. Tony F. And then I think we've got one more one more ping for the old gifted member. There we are. So this is what we're replicating today. In 1976, most things were in place to allow Concorde to enter service. One major stumbling block which inhibited early service was the ban on Concorde using US airports. And this was meant to be Concorde's jewel in the crown, which it obviously became. So yeah, this is what I was saying here. The resistance of the US to allow Concorde to use their airports may in some part be due to the cancellation of their own supersonic transport program, but it was presented on the grounds of noise and air pollution. And obviously they eventually got the approval, but you know, BA was like, right, what are we going to do with our Concorde? Oh yes, we'll fly to Bahrain. So this was it. These are the people that were on the flight. It says here it took 4 hours. Probably going to take us 3.5 today. Conventionally 6.5. And these are the people that are on board. I don't recognise any of the names, but they look like very important people. And they're all on board today as well. And I'm acting as Captain Norman Todd. And we've done this second flight. We did the Air France second leg from Dakar to Rio. And this is where they went. At the same time. They both took off at the same time on the same day. So we did the second leg. We're doing this to Bahrain. The supersonic leg now, which is past Crete. And Air France went to Dakar and then onwards to Rio. And we've done on the stream the second segment of that already. And then the history goes there. They went to Washington and then BA started to New York. Yeah, it's a really good site, the Heritage Concorde. Down to 40 tons of fuel anyway. Tim, do you ever get the minimums alert in real life and try to turn off YouTube notifications? No, thankfully not. itch and scratch it. You did Manchester to Bahrain. It took 7 hours in the 787. Well, there you go. We're going to do it in half that today. Oh. I think that was the sim updating the weather there, because the Ivy side was pretty stagnant, but the altitude just jumped up. Coming up to 2 hours since we firewalled the thrust levers in London. There's Crete off to the left hand side. Hania, Heraklion, if those airports are flown into in real life. Did download Ortho for Crete. Very cool. Walker worked out that that price is $2,800 today. It's actually quite reasonable then. I mean, you could get a first class ticket anywhere on a wide body jet for that price. Wasn't it that BA and they found out with Concorde that in the sort of earlier 80s it wasn't profitable, and then they just realised that they could quadruple the price of the ticket and people would actually then still fly with Concorde, so they just quadrupled the price or whatever. And then actually Concorde was very profitable in the 80s and 90s, going to New York twice. Was it twice a day? Then he did a round the world tour as well. Oh, Ruben, yeah, if it was £2,000 a ticket, they would never make money. The fuel bill alone, I don't think. No, I think if it was flying today, it'd be 10 grand a ticket. People, and I bet they'd find enough people to fly it. And you've been to Heraklion and Hania, very nice, very nice. So, Colimata Concorde's flying very nicely. That's the DME to the INS waypoint. That gives you an idea of your speed. Look at the distance decreasing to our next INS waypoint before we make a left turn direct to Basser VOR. Take your guesses, guys. How long do you think at this speed it's going to take to fly from this position here to Bravo Alpha Romeo? Interestingly, you can have a look here on the flight plan. If I was flying in a 747, I'd reach this waypoint after 3 hours and 6 minutes. We've been airborne for 2 hours. So we've already saved an hour in the time we've been supersonic. Very nice. Peter says, imagine the jet lag people had when they arrived in a completely different time from their origin. Absolutely. So it started the turn about 7 miles before the waypoint. That's crazy. Ah, David, yeah, I've seen that Singapore Airlines livery. What earth is this song? I think we'll skip that. Oh yeah, what's the temperature of the nose now? 126. There you go. That's hot. Just 1 degree below the maximum. Minus 70 outside. Oh yeah, Joshua, thank you. So that you're staying. So what's the reason for leaving the autothrottle engaged, but obviously you don't want to select any speed mode? Because obviously, if you were to retard the thrust levers now, you'd flame out the engine. Oh, this happened on my test sector. Can you see these little things flicking around the cockpit? So I thought it was my graphics card giving up the ghost here, but I think it happens when the sun is behind you. So you see all these flickering things going on in the cockpit. It's only in the cockpit view, externally no issue at all. But it happened yesterday on my test sector. It was only when the sun's directly behind you. So you see all these little flickering things going on. I think it's just again something with the beta. Lots of little flickering. Oh, that's really annoying. I presume you guys can see that. Oh yeah, Joshua, thank you. Anyway, Joshua's been really helpful today. Yeah, these should be on the cruise rating. There we go. Have you noticed a decrease in FPS for 12.3? No. I mean, I'm over the sea at the moment, but 53 FPS. It's okay, our Concorde. So on my PC build, all okay. view there. We see Crete off to the left hand side. Oh, can you guys not see this? So for me right now, I've got all of these little artifacts flickering up left, right and centre really quickly everywhere, like little grey patches, and it's like sort of spotting all over the cockpit. Nicely done. Notice that Mach's crew's now illuminated with Mach's climb. Where's that? Ah, was that not illuminated there before? Ah. Oh, you guys can see that. Okay. Yeah, because I can see it on Streamlabs on the projector. I can see it's doing that. So there's a little bug with this beta, with this weird black boxes we're getting, and these sort of flickering signs too. Ah, you're messing with me. Who is messing with me? It's an alien scanning beams analysing their latest victim. Yes, this weird alien spacecraft. At least when we land, we should be landing on runway 30. We'll just get an update on the weather actually. 40 degrees! My goodness. And the wind's from the west, so runway 30 right in Bahrain. It's pretty much down the runway, which is good. We're lucky we might get some ATC, I don't know. Room's got a list of the airlines which wanted Concorde but cancelled their orders. So were Pan Am, Continental, American Airlines, Qantas and Lufthansa. Shame. Oh, Felix, no, it's not the GPU memory. Because if that was the case, surely that would be in every view. I'd get the flickering on the external view. It's only happening when the sun's behind me in Concorde. Because I thought that first as well. I thought that was a sign of something going wrong with the GPU. But that would happen in every screen, surely, wouldn't it? Not just the cockpit. It's a very kind offer, Joshua has offered to be a virtual flight engineer on a flight for me, thank you. I probably won't fly this again for another few months. In fact, I'm looking forward to trying Microsoft Flight Sim again for a bit, just for the amount of time I've spent the last 2 weeks in settings trying to get explained to work. It's probably 20 hours. Yeah, it's a bit annoying, that flickering. But it happened yesterday as soon as I started going eastbound with the sun behind. Yeah, it's like lighting appearing for a few milliseconds. So yeah, with the sun behind, I guess it is. And you can see, look, you've got these weird reflections going on here, even though it's a dark cockpit. So there's definitely weird lighting issues in this aircraft. What's that that I can rotate? Ooh. Lights, I didn't know that. Interesting. Bernard says the flickers are tied to the edge of actual instruments, which wouldn't happen if it was a GPU failure. Yes, it seems to be sort of tied to that because it's not there, sort of not on the overhead panel. It seems to be around gauges, doesn't it? I wish there might be a way of stopping it by changing the lighting in the sim or something. I don't know. Home email, yeah, I mean the flight factor 7576 has had some updates, it's okay. Need to do more Airbus flights? No. I did say I was going to do an Avro RJ stream again, but let's have a look at my roster. Back to work tomorrow, and I've got a couple of standby, so I might be able to do something Saturday, Sunday. I'll have a look at what VATSIM events are taking place. I saw FSS have got a cool update coming up with the 727, where they've called it, is it the Super 28, which is basically like a retrofitted 727 with modern equipment. I guess similar to some of the existing 727s, so it has things like an FMC, RNAV capability. Oh, you're on lates? Yeah, I'll be on to lates this week, just alright. Might do another overnight long haul as well. I've been wanting to do that for some time. ETA 1442. That's probably gone down a little bit as we turned because we're now heading directly towards the airport. Just late. I'm late tomorrow. I won't be able to. There was this all-day Copenhagen event someone mentioned, but I won't be able to make that. By the time I'm home, it'll be 10 o'clock at night. Yeah, looking at the roster. Saturday as well. Sunday is the next earliest I can probably stream, as long as I don't get called. Oh, I don't think I can stop this flickering. Happened on both test sectors as soon as I went eastbound here. Just below MMO. 448 knots then at 58,000 feet, Mach 2. So what's these little lights here as well? This, am I meant to be in this CTY setting? I think so. Yeah, because the one above is like reheat on. Oh, no, it's not tied to the gauges. Look, I'm getting loads of those flickerings now. I think it's to do with shadows in the sim. Oh, it's really annoying. It's light. It's like lighting bleeding or something. Yeah, Itch Scratches, one of the members yesterday said it was an all-day event in Copenhagen, but I'm busy in the morning and I've got work, so unfortunately I won't be able to make that. It's radiation. Turn off the sun. Oh dear. Thing is though, the fact that you can see it, no, it's not a GPU issue, because if it was a GPU issue I don't think that would bleed on to Streamlabs. It is annoying. Fixed it. What else have I not flown in a while? Is the Builds Airbus A300 still? I think I've got that in 2024. Do some freight action. Loud. Flown the MD-80 a few times recently as well. Enjoyed that. Laser Gamer, you can fly. You can change the weather and time mid-fly, but I don't like doing that. I like flying live time, live weather. Cheating. Don't like using time suppression either. And look, you can see the ramps have almost closed. Awesome. And it won't be long until we're overhead Beirut, coming up on the nose. Airborne 2 hours and 10 minutes. Down to 35 tons of fuel. Look at the DME going down. Luke, did you see the Max coming to Explain by Airfoil Labs? I tagged you in Discord about. I need to get back to all the DMs in Discord and tags, but I think I did see the post. So I have heard of the Airfoil's Max for Explain. Looks very exciting. I will read the forum post. I think they're currently in active development. Whether it's anywhere near being released, I have no clue. But it would be nice for Explain users to have a Max to fly in the sim, because we still haven't had one yet. Very cool. We're currently between Crete and Cyprus now. That was quick. I know. No, we're progressing really quickly here. Almost halfway between the two islands. Josh, was it you that did the hand flying charity stream? I enjoyed that. Yes, it was. We flew the not Bonanza. I forgot what it's called now. Between Iceland and what was it? I think it was Equator or whatever it was in Greenland. But yeah, doing another charity stream at 100,000. Now I was going to fly the Zebo mod and do 100 circuits, but the problem is the mod doesn't fly very well. And actually I am a bit concerned if I hand fly the 737 in the sim directly. It does handle very well, but it's not quite the same as real life. And for those of you who remember, about a month ago we did an inverted control stream, and that actually was beginning to make me fly with the aircraft controls inverted as sort of the primary way. So I was like, I'm not doing that again. So I would like to do something that tests me, sort of hand fly sector, for 100,000 subscribers. So I'm thinking of flying like a large body of water in some sort of archaic aircraft built in the 20s or 30s with no autopilot, you know, so I don't know. Is there a Vickers Vimy? That would be cool. 100 circuits in the Airbus. Well, that would be easy. But yeah, I want to do some sort of 7-8 hour stream which tests me for the charity. Now, I know what charity I want to do it for. I've already made that decision some time ago. The members will know. But yeah, 100,000 subscribers. We'll do a charity stream. Every time we pass 10,000 subs, we do one. I mean, it's over a year since we did the last one. The Blériot, no. Spruce Goose, actually that's a good shout. The Spruce Goose in Microsoft Flight Simulator. That doesn't have an autopilot, does it? I won't have enough time to just go over the Atlantic, but what large body of water could I cross if I'm doing about 150, 200 knots? No, I've got no option. I could probably land in the sea for a break, but then carry on. Length of the Amazon. The Amazon will be too long to fly anything there. Lake Ontario? Oh, that's a good shout. Let's have a look. But we've got to find a decent add-on as well. Hand fly DC3 to Iceland. That would be. That should, you know, I could go from Scotland to Iceland hand flying something slow enough. But I want something that tests me. I don't want to sit somewhere with an autopilot. I want something that's like, you know, a good. You know, that's what it's all about. Like, people run marathons, don't they? And endurance. I want to do a mentally stimulating stream for 8 hours. It's quite challenging as well. I want the challenge of having to hand fly. Thanks for your subscription, BTH6K. Lake Ontario, is that massive lake here? You have to excuse my lack of geographical knowledge. But yeah, I think crossing a body of water or a country from left to right would be a good call. The Mozambique Channel, where's that? How long? The Nile will be too long. I mean, I could do from Cairo to Aswan. Yeah, actually, that would be Aswan to Nile. Look. You can follow the Nile all the way. Look, what's that noise? Oh, I think it's the approaching 60,000 feet. Ding. Do an around the world challenge, stopping off at the same destinations as Phileas Fogg. Good shout, Norsky. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Nice to see you here. Oh, Mark Scott, yeah. Has the MD-11 by Rotate in X-Plane had any updates? That thing's unflyable. No, there's no elevator authority at all. What was that? I think that might be the aliens trying to make contact directly ahead of me. Check nose temperature. What's that noise? It's 1 degree below the maximum. There's slight discrepancies in the INS position. That'll be some drift, probably. What is that? Let me just wind this down. I think it's... Yeah, I think it's in relation to the altitude the selected altitude. I'll just wind it down. It's like, makes no difference. It's going to oscillate. There you go. Started descending now. Josh, have I actually ever flown a Spitfire? I don't think I've ever flown a Spitfire. We flew the Lancaster a couple of months ago. But yeah, I'd like to do something. I'm hoping the charity stream will be by the end of the year. Actually, how much money have we raised for charity? I think we should set ourselves quite an ambitious target. I have kept a running total on my YouTube channel in my charity stream playlist. Let's have a look here. So we've raised total raised 26,630. So I think if we set a target to have raised a total of £30,000, it's a bit of a random number, but if we started at 3,370 would be a target. We once made over £5,800 on the National Autistic Society stream. That was crazy. But yeah, I think we can make 5,000 easily. Maybe I'll just do 5,000. I'd never set one that high initially. But, the charity will be Help the Heroes, which the members didn't know about. A VFR only marathon could be interesting in a slower plane, if any. Let you pull the breakers for instruments. Complete old school then, only looking outside. Mark, if you hear the word exterminate, panic. Yes. almost at 60,000 feet. Ooh, what was that that's just illuminated there? INS comp. I hope the INS doesn't break. Actually, if we get to Beirut, it's okay, because I can actually use conventional navigation for the rest of the sector. Ruben says, yeah, the MD-11 is unmanoeuvrable when you disconnect the autopilot. I know, and I don't know why the devs are defending it. I've seen their posts. There is no elevator authority in the MD-11 in the flare. You literally pitch up and nothing happens. And I've put the CG right on the aft, which actually would make the elevator more responsive, and it's unflyable. It used to work fine on release. Well, when it was released, it was pants. They then fixed it, it flew nicely, and then I've not had much luck with it recently. Well, I remember last time we flew it, I was like, yeah, I'm not flying this again until they fix it. Spitfire around the Mach loop, that would be a bit too quick, David. Stop that mouse wiggling. Oh, yeah, that's not me. Yeah, I see all this random stuff going around. That's me wiggling the mouse now. There you go. But this is some stupid lighting issue in X-Plane. Ish, my boy. Hand fly to 742 from Heathrow to JFK? No. Craig Reynolds, could you recreate a Lancaster bomber flight down bus or something? That would be cool. Obviously, I think we're far enough from the World War II to not upset anyone doing that, but probably not for the charity flight. Maybe the Vulcan. Actually, no, that would be even worse if I fly to the Falklands. Yes, Ish, my boy. Yeah, that's not me just messing here. It's an issue in the Colimata Concorde with the latest beta. When the sun's directly behind you, like this, there's some weird shadowing or reflections going on, which is causing all of this flickering around. Once we turn around to land on 30, it should stop. I had the exact same thing at the exact same time on my test sectors. Recreate a famous early solo flight. Yeah, we got the what was the one that went over the Atlantic? They're too long, 16 hours. Well, no, it was even longer than that when they first crossed the Atlantic. I can't remember what it's called now. Thank you for subscribing, Rio, RFS, Roblox, and Home Alone movie. What a YouTube handle name. Thank you. That's true, David. Yeah, I would need 11 tankers to go even by Ascension to Falklands, but that, you know, I wouldn't want to recreate that flight. So obviously the I've got a number of subscribers from Argentina. Just don't want to upset anyone. Day simulations, continue Alaskan milk run. I have done that already on a stream, so I could repeat it. Hot air balloon is counted as hand flown, right? True. Again, great suggestion, Ish, my boy, but just to keep everyone happy, I wouldn't want to upset anyone recreating essentially what was the same mission during the Falklands War. Actually, I don't think I've ever been to the Falklands on a live stream. Or the Blackbird. Oh, I flew that Blackbird. It crashed the sim once, but it's still got that in my virtual hangar. Joshua, oh, thank you for answering the question we had earlier. Engaging an auto throttle means the computer is programmed to take the plane to Mach 2.02 and back to Mach 2 as far as I know. Oh, interesting. BT says, hello to you, airline pilot here. Came across your channel while searching for 737 engine failure sequence during go-around procedures. Trying to practice home for a real airline assessment. Oh, very good. Actually, you know what? That's on my notepad of years to go, of years gone, to do a tutorial on single engine go-arounds. So single engine go-arounds, guys, is something you never want to have to execute, but you have the same stabilised approach criteria as any other approach, so if you have to go around, you need to know what to do. So there's a very specific way in which you fly go around single engine. So I will record a video on that BT H6K because I think it would be useful for people in your situation. Of course, it's only for training, not for training purposes, but more for entertainment. But yeah, single engine go around in the 7.3. When you go around, you add thrust to the remaining engine. It requires a significant amount of rudder input to keep the aircraft under control because of the yaw symmetry. So essentially, when you feed in the thrust, feed in the rudder, and then you climb away, push toga as usual, gear up. We then climb to 1,000 feet above aerodrome level and then accelerate the aircraft. And The acceleration phase is almost level. You can't really climb single engine when accelerating. Retract the flaps and then you climb up to the missed approach altitude. But it's something I can cover on a tutorial reasonably quickly, so I'll endeavour to do that on my next days off. In fact, where's my post-it note? I'm sure a lot of you would find that interesting as well, just from a sort of training perspective. I'll put single engine go around. A single engine go around has to be demonstrated every 6 months on a check ride as well. Hand flown. Cat, yes, Top Gear reference there. Just check the aircraft reg if you fly to the Falklands. DH simulations, no. Very happy on the 730. 737, you're home forever. Yeah, it will be. I don't know. My priorities in life change. Bring up a family, and I love doing this in my spare time as well. But my airline life is very settled. My operator, but I don't know if I was to have more children. Let's say they all go to school and we've settled. Maybe last 5 years of my career, fly something else. Who knows? But I think when you're above 55, my ability to probably learn a whole new jet type rating will be significantly degraded. Ruben, we've done the Alaskan milk run in the 7.3, but not in the 7.2. It's a good shout. 2 tons, brilliant. What have I missed? How many places has flight sim mispronounced today? My pronunciation's been perfect all day. Oh, that's really annoying. This flickering. I'm trying to see if I could fix it. Maybe if I turn the cockpit lighting up somehow. It's only on the sort of forward panel that it's flickering here, the bulkhead. I wonder if I turn up the lighting in the cockpit if it will affect anything. No, it's done nothing. No, but it does look better with that turned up. I'll leave that turned up. Center console. Oh. No. Well, that's another thing. During the day, if you were to turn off this lighting, you'd never see it. No, it's not fixed anything. No. It's actually made my FPS worse doing that. How? How's that affected my performance turning up lighting? I don't think... Oh my gosh, what's happened to my FPS? I think I might turn some of these off. It's alright. Definitely, yeah, lighting it. Doing something has reduced my performance. I was getting about 70 FPS earlier, it's now 33. I'm going to turn all the lighting off again. That's better. How? Well, I've managed to get an extra 3 FPS, but it feels smoother at least. What have I done? Yeah, I think a bit of more optimisation required. Josh says, buddy of mine ahead of me on the 737 type rating now. Incredible amounts of knowledge to get into your head. Currently CBT prison, I hear. Yes, you'll be spending a lot of time on CBT. Explain putting the beta back in beta range. Martin, could you fly this without virtual flight and chat? I think you can turn it off, yeah, in the settings. Brave to do so. Certainly I'm not brave enough. Oh, that flickering is irritating. Right, how much fuel have we got left? 29 tons. And we're burning 5.5 tons an hour per engine, so we're 22 tons an hour. So endurance right now is just over an hour and 20 minutes. I hope we start descending in 30 minutes or so, which we should be. I think I've been using a bit more fuel than I did on my test sector. Yeah, we spent a long time taxiing in Heathrow, didn't we? Ishmael would like a copper toilet. Let's have a little look around. Okay. So we'll sort of stand here. There you go. So you've got a jump seat there. Engineers panel, which is mostly modelled. I think most of the switches all work. You've got hydraulics, electrical. All this is fuel, air conditioning, pressurization, engine controls. Pedestal here, you got INS, thrust levers, 2 additional INSs, and then the cockpit's very conventional for the generation of aircraft built in the 60s, but there you go. Cabin tool, we'll have a little look around here. Very basic cabin model, but it'll do. I think they've got the nice little display there that Concorde had to show you how fast you're going. There you are, Mach 2.02, 59,600 feet, minus 73, 1,300 miles an hour. The tiny little windows, which allows you to peek outside. Tiny cabin. Very narrow fuselage. A toilet. Where you can go for a dump at Mach 2. I mean, of course, in the cockpit, or in the aircraft, you would no impression of the speed you're doing. I hope it's quite loud, though, I think. Obviously, outside it's incredibly loud, but even inside, I think it was quite, but yeah, very, very basic cabin. No cabin, really. You got some galley cars there. That's about it. Let's go back into the business end. Shut the door. Martin, you're a super Concorde freak. Excellent. You've come to the right place. Now, everyone's going to be asking, what's that bouncing around? Yeah, it's an X-plane beta in the Colimata Concorde. When the sun's behind you, you get these weird artifacts going on, bouncing around. It's not my mouse cursor. It's just an unfortunate thing we're getting at the moment in the sim. Cold air is actually popped between the windows, no way. Mach OBBI, have you found the SSG 747-800? I haven't. I don't think it's quite up to the sort of quality I like to fly, but maybe I'll look at it one day. How many clubs does it back to? Who knows? Ah, I just saw a blink right in front of my face. Yeah, it's really annoying, isn't it? Beirut should be in sight now. What are we? 230 miles? Oh no, that's... Oh no, I never tuned the VOR, did I? Oh yeah, we're right overhead. 13.9. Yeah. Oh, why have I got no DME off this? There we are. Oh! There we are. We've now just crossed the Beirut coastline. Or about to. There we are. Yeah, there we go. Look, there's the map. So Beirut's windows have all smashed. Actually, isn't this where there was that massive explosion about 3 years ago? All the windows they rebuilt are going to be smashed again. But as we were discussing earlier, Concorde did get permission to fly Supersonic back in the 70s. Overhead Lebanon, Syria, and then overhead Saudi, which is obviously this way. So we don't have to slow down to go subsonic, but unfortunately everyone in Beirut just had their windows smashed in again. There we go. A bit hazy over here as well. Mountains popping out over the haze. There's that left turn inbound to Tango Romeo Foxtrot, our next beacon. Ah, what's happened here? Spinny spinny. Shown ownership trail. That's where I've been, isn't it? There we are. So next is Two Rife. Two Rife. Can't say I've ever been there before. 16.1 for the VOR. Oh, where's all the haze got X-plane? It's just literally disappeared. Sorry, Beirut. What are those black cubes in the sky? Oh, what does this mean? What's these two red lights? What have I done? That's not good. The black cubes are again a bug in X-plane at the moment in the beta. Lots of people have reported this. It's just random artifacts that sometimes appear on the flights, and they've been there since we took off from Heathrow. So yeah, it's hopefully it'll go soon. Good news is on this current track they're hidden by the cockpit. But you can see where the sun is. We're not getting any of that annoying blinking inside the sun. So we need more sun here. So it's just some weird thing going on. They're UFOs, yeah. Two tons, yeah, exactly. Gaps in the panel where light's getting through. I think it's exactly what's happening. And it's because the sun is directly behind us. Just happens to be like that the whole way. Josh, that selector should be in the 12 o'clock position. Roger. Must have knocked it. Thanks. So do the hydraulics, isn't it? Turn towards light if not locked. I mean, I have no clue on the hydraulics on Concorde. Tin says those red lights mean you got to get your swimming costume on. What in the world? Hello, Mad Matt UK. Nice to see you here. See you for a while. Joshua757 is our residential Concorde expert today. It's been brilliant having him here. Anyway, look. It's not going to be that long until we start descending. And there is a fancy way of working out when to start descending. The way I've always done it is 250 miles from your runway. Or 200 miles, works out quite nicely. But I'll do 250 today. Because slowing down in Concorde in the Colimata isn't quite as per the manual. So my understanding is from all my previous streams from the Concorde manual is when you disconnect the max climb, max cruise, you disconnect the auto throttle. Then you adjust thrust to 94% N2, but if you do that the aircraft just doesn't slow down. So I think the last couple of streams, Joshua, you'll be able to correct me here, when I want to start slowing down from Mach 2, do I set my auto throttle or the thrust lever assist little Y triangle? It gives me a much lower N2. I think in the manual it says don't let the N2 drop below 94%, but if you set that to 94%, it just does not decelerate. Day simulations, longest day you've ever had flying in real life? I'll just get rid of another graph. I've got into discretion, had to go into discretion a couple of times, so over 12 hours duties I've had passed, not very often, it does happen occasionally. 2 tons says I can't recall which third-party aircraft, but when the sun is behind the cockpit they have the transparent wall there and it's like flying around with a convertible top down. It's sort of similar, I suppose, here. Anyway, about, well, we've entered and almost crossed Syrian airspace, about to cross then into Jordan and then into Saudi Arabia. But here's the reason that they sort of were allowed to fly supersonic. Look how sparsely populated it is. There's no sort of built-up area here. It's just desert. Josh, I think it's thrust lever angle 12 degrees. Okay. Turn down the lighting of this panel as well. That's eating into my performance. Because everything's off. Can change it there. Just a solenoid camel as you fly over. Brilliant. Down to 25 tons of fuel. We should soon be below the max landing weight. Max landing weight is 111, we're 114, so 3 tons to go, which will not take long to burn. Definitely be way below max landing weight by the time we get to Bahrain. That's a great story about UK. There was actually a near instant when Concorde nearly broke the sound barrier over ground, flying from damp, cold Heathrow. As soon as they hit the desert air at 0.95, Concorde sped up and nearly broke the sound barrier. Wow. Well, look at the DME counting down to Tango Romeo Foxtrot. Not bad. Took off from London Heathrow in... Well, London Heathrow 2 hours 25 minutes ago. We're about to enter Saudi Arabia. Bear in mind an hour of that flight was at 0.95. Great performance. This landing will be interesting. It hand flies like a pig in the sim at the moment. My objective is to land on the runway, touchdown somewhere on it. My test sectors had mixed results. First time it just wouldn't intercept the localizer or glide slope or overshot it. Second the same, then yesterday I did a little test and it worked okay, so fingers crossed. But No fancy CDAs. There is a procedural arrival into the airport. The thing is, it's not really very accommodating for Concorde, because if I bring it up here, 30 right, you go out about 8 miles and it puts you on an 8-mile final at 1,500 feet. So I could do it, but it didn't work very well yesterday. I might try again one more time. Whoa, so the altitude just changing in the sim. Yes, Josiah plays very good. Joshua, normally for the Heathrow JFK at the D&D points throttles to TLA for 80 degrees, use pitch hold to slow to 350 then IS hold. Yeah, that's what's in my notes. But when you say TLA 18 degrees, is that the little... is that... ah, hold on. Yeah, it is that by arrow. Perfect. Oh, I need to update my notes. Because you've got the 10, 18, 20. So that little white arrow there. So pitch hold. And at Mach 1.5 you can use the TLA of up to 32 degrees. That's it. I'm updating my notes. TLA 32 degrees. TLA 18 degrees. So I've got my notes. Disengage max climb, max cruise. Engage out hold. Whoa! What's going on? Just went a little bit over MMO. That made me jump. So I think the aircraft's just adjusting its pitch to recover the flight. It's descending actually. That was all okay. Yeah, then below Mach 1 you can go idle. Roger. So yeah, what we'll do, we'll start our descent about 250 miles from Bahrain. And I'll have a go at the procedural arrival. What I might do is extend out slightly beyond 8 miles. Sort of self-position, but we'll start the approach on the procedure. Yeah, it's a loud exceedance, isn't it? Yeah, I tried that on test sector using the in-flight reverses to get to 11,000 feet per minute. I know, it's a crazy rate of descent. That had me reaching for the control thrust levers. It had me jump back into the cockpit. Concentrate on what was going on. There we are, look. Just about to cross into Saudi Arabia. Very nice. There's Tango Romeo Foxtrot. Zoom level 14 tiles. Do a little flyby. Fast. So she's going to start his left turn in a second. There he goes. So it is chasing the flight director slightly. Welcome, Alp Kamoy. Thank you very much for your subscription. So you can see the INS has drifted slightly. That should be... oh no, that must be a different airport because it does show us going right over the airport. Yeah, that is actually accurate. The INS is accurately flying. Very nice. Hey, welcome to Saudi Arabia. So we pretty much follow the Saudi Arabian in Iraq border all the way to Beirut. Hello, Apps says, whilst flying Concorde, especially on VATSIM, what kind of nav are we using? As far as I know, we cannot input a flight plan, so we're using VOR nav. So, Concorde has INS, but only very basic INS. So, it's RNAV 5 is what we call it today, but it used to be called BRNAV, which stands for Basic Area Navigation. So, basically allows you to fly to waypoints en route which are not co-located with VOR, but you cannot fly R and P approaches. You can only fly conventional approaches. So you don't need to fly between VORs, as long as you've loaded the INS. and you can update the flight plan. And with the aircraft telling you what equipment you have. So I did that for this stream. The aircraft I said is only RNAV 5, which is a modern equivalent for BRNAV. RVSM compliant, of course, and that's it. Just no GNSS. There we are. So this is going to give us a really good idea when to start descending now. So we're currently got a very long leg. You can actually see the curvature on that track. It's a great circle track here. And we want to be starting our descent about 200 miles from Delta Hotel Alpha, which is about 228 from Bahrain. So what we can do is just simply tune this VORTAC, which is 17.2. But we know INS is 200 miles, so basically I always remember the rule of thumb: descend 3 times your height, but in Concorde just basically double the distance in which you'd usually start your descent. So typically in a commercial airline at 38,000 feet, you start your descent around 110, 120 miles, so just double it. It's about 220, 230 miles, it's fine. That's probably a more exact way of working it out. That works well. So we're currently on INS, 33 minutes to travel 628 miles. So yeah, I'd say in about 15-20 minutes we'll start our descent. So we can start getting things set up slowly but surely. Welcome Alex, thank you very much for subscribing as well. So there's not much we can do setup wise, because obviously there's no FMC conventional navigation, so we're going to have to fly this approach with the nav aids all set up for
50,
the routing,
40,
but later on we'll
30,
set all this up here.
20,
Mr.
10.
Fanari, thank you very much for your $5. Very generous of you, sir. Thank you very much.
It's just past 9 a.m.
A little bit too early.
Is it too early to start drinking? I just had to show a co-worker on how to search a PDF.
Oh.
These people walk among us.
Right, that's quite interesting. I mean, I'm not very computer illiterate, but I can tell you how to search for PDF. I mean, you can just press Control F on any browser or document to search, can't you? Good luck with the rest of your shift at 9 o'clock in the morning as you explain how to use PDF to your colleagues. Amazing. Thomas says, next time Ilyushin 76 from Baku to Erbil. Just an idea. Not sure if such an aircraft exists currently as an add-on. I have no idea. I've never flown an Ilyushin on any live stream. Whether we have a decent one, I have no clue. Anyway, let's carry on with the setup. So, our routing is going to take us initially towards Delta Hotel Alpha before making a left turn to Bahrain. All the stars into this airport are RNAV based and unable to be flown in this aircraft. So we're actually going to stay on the Airways directly to the VOR. Now if we have ATC, great, we can request vectors for ILS30, right? If we don't, we're going to fly the procedural arrival. So this intercept heading is a little bit steep to go straight outbound on 148, but because the MSA is so low, I'm happy to self-position. But essentially what I might also do is before the VOR is self-position downwind myself left hand, because this procedural arrival is not very well built for Concorde. Onto an 8-mile final at 1,500 feet. So I think what we'll do is break off before self-position left-hand downwind onto the ILS, imagining we have vectors. Or we can go over the top and then fly right-hand downwind, which we'll do if I'm too high. So we've got options. Simbe, you've just gifted 5 members of the channel. That's the third chunk of gifted members. Have loads from VNAV yourself. Itch it and scratch it. So thank you. We've got Dib669, Twitchy183, Paul Brennan, Mamadou, Bjorn Henriksen. Have all been gifted memberships. Thank you very much indeed. Simbear for your generosity. So coming in from the west, we're going to fly either left-hand or right-hand downwind. ILS will tune later, 1103. The final approach course will tune as well, 300. The initial inbound track I'll set now, which is here, 087. So we'll set 087 on the course. Obviously can't see that updating because we're on INS. There we are, so 087 is set 3 times. Oh, this flickering is incredibly annoying. Final approach course will set later. MSA no issues, platforms 2000. Cat 1, Cat D aircraft I guess, 273 or 265. Because it's flat and I want the radar call out, I'm going to set 265 here on the radio altimeter. It's about here. Go around in Concorde, fire all the thrust levers, there's no flaps, retract the gear, we'll climb straight ahead to 2,500 feet, contact ATC, we'll have to go an immediate right hand downwind to land. That's it, that's my approach briefing complete in Concorde. As a complex aircraft there really isn't a huge amount to discuss regarding the descent. There's more of the shadowing, yeah, look at it, you can see it all up here, look, it's light bleeding in from panel gaps. You can see it here all in the cockpit as well. So Colimata needs to go back and, I don't know, put in something to stop the lights flickering everywhere. Annoying. Welcome, Andy Mayasa. Thank you very much for your subscription. So really, we're just looking at the distance. 550 miles. Fuel on board, 21.3 tons. Right now, at our current fuel flow, we'd run out of fuel in an hour. Obviously we'll save a little bit, that fuel burn will decrease in the descent. Alternate, I don't even know if we've got enough fuel to get to our alternate. We're flying directly over it, it's King Fahd International. Is this the main international airport now in Bahrain? Or is it still this one? Oh no, no, that's military, isn't it? King Abdullah. Sudacode, I'm surprised when you say more pilots don't say we're going to wing it. Oh, VNAV speed must stop. My goodness me. I'm alert. Yeah, I have to mute the alerts for you. Again! 20 more members. Everyone watching you is going to get a free membership. That's just insane. That's a month's free membership for all of the following. I'm not even going to read the list. But to all of you watching, welcome on board as members. And thanks to VNAV Speed, you get to use custom emojis in chat. But most importantly, enjoy the members-only Discord channel. Sync your YouTube channel to Discord, and you'll be able to join and talk to me directly. Get involved in the next members group flight. Thank you very much. I have muted the alerts there, VNAV Speed, because it's going to go absolutely bonkers. RGSI plays. I've lost count of how many new members I have. It's incredible. VNAV Speed is also pressing sync to get the commands there as well. Very, very kind. Welcome back, Veluru V as well. If you go to my YouTube homepage, press membership, you'll find a bit more information about the perks. Next members group flight will be 2 weeks on, or 3 weeks on this Sunday coming up. Very, very kind. Very, very generous. Well, I have to say, the Supersonic climb and cruise has been very good. There's a few issues with some of the tiles here, I think, because obviously there's not much going on with Bing maps around here, so sort of stitch something together. Very interesting stitching it. I want to see 80 plus bookings at the MOGF. It's going to be loads. I know Tin is incredibly generous. Incredibly. 2 tons, you received a gift membership out of the blue for another live stream, even when I wasn't watching them at the time. No way. I don't know how any of this works. If I'm honest, I thought you had to be obviously watching or active in chat. Hi Lucas, have you seen the Airfoil? Is it Airfoil Labs Max in development? I have. I've been tagged in it in multiple places actually. Looks very exciting. Nice to get hopefully a reasonably well modelled Max in X-Plane 12. Enjoying the iFly 737 Max in Microsoft Flight Sim. It has its quirks, but it's well modelled. Nice to see that in X-Plane as well. AG Fanara, you've noticed a lot of light bleeding through in X-Plane, especially things that looking down on the footwell when the tug hooks up. So is this a Colimata issue or an issue with the beta that's causing this light to bleed through and all this shadow flickering? Not long to go now until descent, guys. 25 minutes at Mach 2 to be directly overhead. Delta Hotel Alpha, 477 miles. I'm going to be low on fuel here, guys. I'm already down to 20 tons. I mean, put it this way, 30 minutes endurance is 13 tons. It was that taxi in Heathrow that's screwing me up here. It's going to be quite tight. Yes, Ishmael boy, get your popcorn in chat. I'm not doing bogus today, that's right. I don't think I can really afford to go around. I think we're actually probably down just to the fuel and the feed tanks. Yeah. It's only the fuel and the feed tanks left. Trim tanks are empty. Almost. It's about a ton there. Thanks, Virtual Flight Engineer, for keeping me safe. Oh dear. This is going to be tight. But I couldn't. There's nothing more I could do. I couldn't get any more fuel in the tanks. Ouch's uploads doesn't understand the algorithm that YouTube decides. Who knows? Oh, VNAV speed. Sorry. The reason you're thing to pick up is because I've still got the things muted. As soon as I mute it, it should play the latest alerts. There we are. Thank you.
50, 40.
That's actually a good point.
30, 20, 10.
Thank you, buddy. It probably would do with its approach speed being so high. So this beast falls in Cat E and Panzops, I guess. Absolutely. Let's have a look at the minimums again. Don't think you have it for Cat E, do you? Just D. We just said that. Thank you very much yet again, VNAV Speed. Don't forget, you can just say in chat, you don't have to donate every comment. It's very kind though, thank you. Eddie, I love that. For the 100,000 charity stream, take us exploring down south into the ice wall. Shh. Can't talk about that. Joshua says safe fuel stay at reasonably high speed as long as possible. 250 knots is on the backside of the drag curve for Concorde. It's highly inefficient. Yeah, I'd rather fly over the airport to be earlier than having to add thrust. Oh! A wee little MMO exceedance. So it's going to pitch up now to bring the speed below Mach 2.03. There we are. Because obviously it won't reduce thrust. $426 miles. Overhead Saudi Arabia. Blinking shadows, black boxes, what's going on? Surface temperature, yeah, it's going to be hot. 127, it's just below the maximum. Hot. Airborne for 2 hours and 55 minutes. Lucas, you're quite right. You can use reverse thrust to slow down in flight. Yes, you can select the 2 inboard reversers in flight to slow down if needed. Almost at 60,000 feet as well, which is the maximum operating altitude. Accidents, yeah, in my copy of beta I don't really have these graphical issues. Yeah, it's we were discussing here, so it's because the sun's behind us, like this, the light's bleeding in through panel gaps and it's causing this flickering. So obviously, if I look at here, it's fine. This issue I've seen others report in the beta as well, so this is a random black squares. But yeah, if it wasn't for the flickering, which happened when we started flying eastbound, it was the only issue we had is with the black squares. As we were saying earlier, VNAV Speed, who for obvious reasons is ranked #1 in chat for generosity. No, certainly not at this speed. Valera, any alternates in case of low fuel? There's quite a large body of water directly to the east. That'll do. Dear Lord, 127 degrees. Will the final approach speed be higher than Mach 1? Hopefully not. No, those black squares happen, I think. Edo, one of the mods, was showing me in Discord. He had that on his beta as well. The water is the alternate, that is. Joshua says, since only your feed tanks have fuel, on the descent the VFE will have to transfer fuel into tanks 1 and 4 to bring the CG forward. I'm interested to see how that would turn out. Great. Now, Colimata Concorde experts. Shall I set before descent the engineer to descent, or do it during the descent? And it's instant as well, from my understanding. 18 tons of fuel remaining. I think when you get to 10 tons, the Colimata says 10 tons, land now. And I'm like, okay. Might have had that on my test sector. I knew it would be tight, this. I think this is also our longest Concorde flight. We've done far longer distances where we've gone supersonic sooner, but because of the subsonic regime, this will be the longest flight time we've had. Concorde carrier landing for the next charity stream, brilliant. Peter Green, didn't we fall out the sky once in Concorde on the stream, or was it someone else? I haven't crashed ever on a live stream. Ever. Never ever. I've always survived. I've definitely not in Concorde fallen out the sky. And the only time I have crashed was a belly landing in the Ebuilds A300 where I had a WASM crash, but that was allowed. But yeah, we're getting low on fuel now. This is a bit squeaky bottom time. 2 tons checking Discord. The black squares are related to new shaders in this beta version. There you go. BNS Speed, why would they never thought about retrofitting this jet with glass cockpit, at least CRT displays? I think the fact that the fuel burn is too high was probably the bigger issue. 320 sim pilot nearly fell out of the sky, landed Concorde low and slow. See, he's a high caliber pilot. I'm joking, I'm joking. 320 sim pilot is a very skilled aviator. I think, is he captain? I don't know if he's captain or first officer on the Airbus. Oh no, he changed airlines. He's flying the 7-8 now. If it's for a legacy airline, it's probably in the right hand seat. But yeah, Concorde is hard. Concorde is hard to fly. We're not doing any aerial fueling. We're gonna. Oh my god! I last checked the fuel. It was 18 tons. It's now 17.5. Come on, get there quicker. Oh, he's on the triple. There you go. He's now a much higher caliber pilot. Now he's on the Boeing. I take back what I said. Airborne 3 hours. Ah! No, don't do that. That will cause a sim to crash. Distance 336 miles. 130 miles till Doppler descent. So in about 4 minutes, we'll start thinking about going down, and that fuel flow will hopefully quickly decrease. Exactly as James said, yeah, cost. So you could have retrofitted this with glass screens, no doubt, but yeah. We will hopefully see supersonic commercial travel with this boom project again, but I don't think that's going to fly anytime soon. Well, I know they've got some prototypes, smaller versions, but we'll have to see. Oh my gosh, it's getting worse! There's bleeding of the light now. Well, it will be a sunset arrival into Bahrain, which is why I started the stream much earlier than I usually would. So remember, 200 miles. I'm going to start to send 118 to go. 17 tons of fuel. Where's that last ton gone? Oh, this is going to be tight. My test sector from Heathrow, I taxied for about 5 minutes, but today we were a really long taxi. I mean, we weren't even at the whole point for too long. We were number 1, but we had to cross the entirety of Heathrow to get there. Cat says, has Boom moved past the CGI stage? It sounds like a Tech Bros project. They flew some prototype, didn't they, last year? They went Mach 1.1. It looks like a fighter jet. It's like a shortened, smaller model. But isn't the concept going to be that they can fly supersonic without making much noise in the form of a sonic boom? Star Trucks says, thanks to the gifted membership, appreciate the extra leg room and extra complimentary tea. Well, it's, no thanks on my half. It was one of the several gifted members we've had from several people today, most generously Vino Speed. Mad Matt UK, don't forget the beach landing, you put the flaps in and the drag was epic. Oh yes, I remember that. That was in the Boeing 247, wasn't it? Yes, with the music playing. Dual engine fire. Just shame that aircraft didn't get any further development. That was in Hawaii. That was some time ago. Right, 287 miles to go. Fuel 16 tons. You can see here the only fuel is in the feed tanks, which are decreasing quickly. Every other fuel tank is empty. What's the situation on that sim? Any ATC? I doubt it. No, there's no ATC at all. There's a little bit of traffic around, but that's it. I'll stay online. If I get onto the approach phase and there's no ATC, I will probably log off. Mad Matt, between you and V1, you're level pegging. Now, I've looked at a number of V1 streams that have been tagged in or commented on here. He's had a fair few escapades in the last few months. Most recently, I think someone tagged me, check out his last stream in the Max where he landed on the wrong runway. Which I haven't watched. But, yes. VNAV, no flight envelope protections, right? Imagine this thing departs out of control flight and recovery. Oof, yeah. Getting ready to pass over a FedEx. Oh, really? Let's see if we can find them. Oh, yeah, look at that. See if we can spot them. Head on. That would be a mess. I'll say where... There it is, look. If he looks up, he's going to see Concorde at Mach 2. There they are. Oh, look, look, look. See it? Look. There they are. I hope you can see that with the resolution, but that is a heck of a speed difference. Right guys, 250 miles. Let's start getting ready for top of descent. Airborne 3 hours and 4 minutes. Yeah, also I had a massive tailwind on my test sector. Oh, this bleeding of the lights. Shadows, so annoying. Right then, so what we need to do is disengage, max climb, max cruise, engage out hold. What I'm going to actually use is pitch hold. It's a little bit more stable than IS hold at the moment. Just want to get to 200 miles, so I want to go as long as possible. Just press the add fuel key. No, we're not doing anything like that. That's cheating. The longer I leave it, the better. I don't mind overflying the airport slightly. Down to 15 tons of fuel. We should decrease our fuel flow once we start descending. Oh my goodness me. I do apologise for this issue. It's a lot worse than I had yesterday as well. I had it yesterday, but not as bad as this. Call the tanker boys. Alright, 226 miles. I might just start doing it now. So, what we're going to do is disconnect max altitude, max cruise, select pitch hold, start reducing the thrust now. So the first TLA, it will start decreasing below MMO now, he says. Okay, there's the first TLA angle. Why is it not slowing down? There it goes. 442 knots. What is it doing? It's like not slowing down. I've reduced thrust loads. 0.86. I've got loads of thrust off. I'm just going to increase that pitch there slightly to help slow me down. There we are. I've raised the nose up slightly just to help it slow down. Auto thrust, the auto throttle's off. Oh, is that because it's trying to maintain Mach 2? 2.02. Yeah, but I didn't have any modes selected. So the auto throttle, even though it was on, and my thrust with the auto throttle on hadn't changed, it's still been 86% N2. So I don't understand why the auto throttle made any difference. Should have kept out hold, yeah, but out hold's not accurate. I've been told not to use it. There we are. So you guys did the auto throttle, but I set the thrust manually. The thrust hasn't changed. Still on that white arrow. I assume by a little bit too much. There we go. Alright, so we're now waiting for 360 knots, and then we can go to IS hold. And the fuel flow is a beautifully efficient 1.8 tonnes an hour now. Next thing is 360 knots. 360 knots. We'll engage vertical speed, start a gentle descent. And at 350 knots, we select IS hold, which we're going to have to do the descent phase, and then it starts descending very quickly. Oh, this is gonna be really tight on fuel. Oh. Alright, now we're decelerating nicely. Alright, coming into 360 knots, we'll get ready to select vertical speeds. That way I can just do about 1,000 feet per minute. And we don't reduce any more thrust until we get to Mach 1.5, and then we can reduce it further to the second TLA angle of 32 degrees. So there's 360 knots. We can now go vertical speed. And then we're exactly at 350, 353, 352, 351, 350 IS hold. So now it's going to pitch to maintain 350 knots. Let's see what rate of descent that gives us. So an IS hold, it's like level change. Down we go. I'm going to preset something like 30,000 feet. We'll just stop off there to see how things are to work out the rest of our descent. We'll go out to quiet. So to maintain 350 knots, it's descending at about 4,000 feet per minute. Oh, it's silent out here. Oh, there's the sonic boom. Love it. Alright, this descent's looking quite nice actually. Now we just can basically maintain 350 knots until we go and end the way there. So yeah, 155 miles to the next waypoint, and then it's another 20 miles to carry on going eastbound. So we're still out of range of the VOR. So once we get to Delta Hotel Alpha, we'll make a left turn eastbound to the next VOR over in Bahrain. Ah, great, that's looking nice. So the IS hold is doing a really good job now, holding 350 knots. Welcome, Donna Messina, hope you're doing well, buddy. Hello, FO pilot depth. Very good. So DME for the VOR is just coming into range now, 150. That's looking good. I think quite happy with the height there. Like I said, we'll just briefly level off at 30,000 feet at 350 knots or something, just assess where we are and work out our target vertical speed for the rest of the way. There we are on the map. Perfect. Again, if you've just joined and you've seen all these flickering lights, I do apologise. It isn't my graphics card giving up the ghost. It's just, as someone mentioned already, light bleeding issues coming into the cockpit with the sun directly behind the aircraft like this in X-Plane. There's panel gaps and these weird shattering effects which are happening only on the pedestal and things like that. It's really annoying, but you can sort of see if I look that way, it doesn't affect us on that side. You can see it all leaking here, look. It's all this coming through this gap, I guess. So I need to stitch it up. Why the DME's tweaking? It's because we're quite far out of range. So we're outside the DOC of the DME. So now we're below Mach 1.5. I can lower the thrust levers further if I wanted, but I'm quite happy with this rate of descent, so I'm going to leave it where it is. Once you're below Mach 1, you can put the thrust wherever you want. And the reason is, remember that the gates into the engines are partially closed, so you want to make sure the airflow is the same. 13 tons of fuel remaining. That is not much. That is 30 minutes endurance level flight. 30 minutes of fuel remaining level flight. Probably in this descent maybe 35, 40 minutes of fuel. I'm very happy with the way it's descending. Next, getting the latest weather for Bahrain. Winds from the west, so landing 30 right, 38 degrees, QNH is 1002. Cheers, buddy. Okay, this is a very nice descent. So no boga. We don't have any fuel for boga. VNAV said just thought about something weird. In the event of an unlawful interference on board, this airplane was too hard to intercept too. Yeah. Probably not too fast for a missile though. Awesome. So the VOR, we're sort of getting lots of different DME ranges, but the VOR's not pointing towards the beacon yet. Josiah Plays made a very good point. So no Mayday fuel today, said Valura. This aircraft was always a fuel Mayday. Always landed with only 45 minutes of fuel remaining. Just the way it was. So if it had to go around, I think it went straight to a fuel Mayday. Concorde did. Alright, about to cross into subsonic flight. We've got about 111 miles, 30,000 feet. This is looking great. That descent was perfect. Sun's beginning to set. Should be a beautiful approach. Sun sets at 4 o'clock in 20 minutes. It might have just have set by the time we get onto the approach. Oh no, I know what I forgot to do. Put the engineer to descent, but I don't think it will make... Oh yeah, it did change slightly. So, I had the seatbelt no smoking side on for the whole flight. Throttle back slowly, engines and fuel trim to descent. Next is the approach checklist. Right, and we're below Mach 1. You'll see a jump in the IVSI and the altitudes. And we're now subsonic, Mach 0.99. Woo, hello. Yeah, crikey. Why are we now with a massive nose high attitude and the flight direct... Oh my goodness me. Alright, it's now pitching down to get back to 350 knots. That'll make you feel sick. Oh my goodness, it's like minus 0G. Alright, I think I'm just going to revert here to vertical speed because it's got its problems, this aircraft. And I've got above Mach 1 again now. Oh my goodness me. Oh my god, I'm in a massive... Whoa! Yeah, the sim's done something weird. Didn't do that on my test sector. What in the world happened there? Right, I'm just going to level off at 30... I'm hand flying now. Thanks, Colimata. I just went to a death dive. Alright, approaching 30,000 feet. Out of choir. Oh, pitch up. Oh, it's doing weird stuff as we pass Mach 1. Whoa! I understand the instruments should change, but it shouldn't affect the vertical picture like that. There's... Whoa! It's like massively pitching as I go around Mach 1. I mean, I understand, yeah, the instruments should change, but not the actual physical flight path. Alright. I think I'm... Right. Vertical speed. Let's go down to 290. That was scary. Quite. Right. Autopilot's back in. VS. Flight level 290. Oh, that didn't do that on my test sector. I mean, it shouldn't change pitch like that. My goodness. My goodness me. Alright, what I'm going to do is route now direct to the next VOR. Because... Oh no, I've actually got the 81624. So I want to be directly overhead the VOR at about 6,000 feet. So I'm going to route direct to that now. The VOR is 111.8. I'm going to go off conventional navigation. Off INS now. Just managed we got direct to the VOR. There we are, 111.8. 100 miles to go, 30,000 feet. That's better. Okay. We're back in a nice controlled descent. We're going to turn on a heading select, just match the heading. Turn off INS. align the course bar, and engage forelock. Okay, great. We're now routing direct to Bravo Hotel Romeo, which is part of this procedural approach. And oh yeah, we're going to keep descending. We don't want to quiet. Let's go down to 10,000 feet. Vertical speed again. Where's vertical speed? There we are. 2,000 feet, put it out to quiet, is armed. Alright, here we are. Yeah, blame the engineer, I know. We're also going to route direct to the waypoint, so waypoint change 05 insert. So we can do a bit of maths here. We've got exactly 10 minutes, and I want to be at 6,000 feet over the beacon. So 28,000 feet. Actually, no, I want to be a bit low. I want to be at about 4,000 feet over this beacon. So we've got to lose 24,000 feet in 10 minutes. So we want a rate of descent of 2,400 feet per minute, which I'm going to set now. I'll set it 2.5. I don't mind doing a level segment in Concorde. There we are. Okay, so we've got a rate of descent which has basically been calculated to get us over at 4,000 feet over the beacon. I'm going to set 4,000 feet now and set the QNH. What was that QNH again? 1002. James French, thank you. 38 bubs, 2 low gear. Probably. What was that QNH again? In my defence, that was Colimata related. It did that def dive completely on its own as we went subsonic. 1002, thank you. Set QNH 1002. How's my fuel? 12 tons, burning a mere 2.4 tons an hour. There's loads of gas. I'm basically swimming in fuel. 1002 set. Alright, cool. And the sun is almost gone, so I won't get this annoying issue. Oh, that looks beautiful. Alright, cool. I might start reducing the speed to 300 knots as well. 300. Oh, that's quite out. I'm already at idle thrust here. Oh wow, so 2,400 feet per minute at 350 knots. And idle thrust, it won't slow down. I might have to use the reversers. I won't just yet, I'll just use the energy I have. Well, timing of the stream was great. Sunset as planned. 76 miles till Bahrain. Fly a short VFR sector with this. No way, no speed. Did you make sure your rudder works? Yeah, I'll just do a little bit of a rudder input. Yeah, it's working. The rudder is now over the desert. No, it's really not wanting to slow down here. So I've got completely idle thrust here. 2,400 feet per minute and it holds 350 knots. I thought it would slow down. Obama game. My caviar has transitioned from an internal to an external state. Brilliant. That was the whole idea, Alan Ben. Departed 11:30 in the UK. I mean, I was delayed by 15 minutes because of the issues with X-Plane, but slightly. The sun will have set by the time we get there, but so be it. That is a thumbnail and a half. Look at that. Emergency units on standby. The flickering is definitely a sun issue. It's a bit orangey now. Yeah. Oh yeah, we know. I know. As soon as that sun sets, it will go. I'm going to need some lighting now, which does drain FPS. Oh crikey! That'll do. It's way too bright, but I don't mind. Right, speed slowly coming back as well. Nice. Alright, again, to be at 4,000 feet in 8 minutes. 18,000 feet. Gonna lose 4,000 feet. Oh no, it's... So 18,000 feet, want to be at 4,000 feet over the beacon. So we'll lose 14,000 feet in 7.8 minutes. Let's call it 7. So 2,000 feet per minute now. That's going to help bleed the speed off as well. Needs to be as efficient as possible. I'll keep the speed at, let's go down to 280. Alright, I need to update the landing bug, so just click this. That updates all your speeds for you. Fly VREF of about 170. I think it's a really low VREF. 154. Yeah, I'm going to probably fly about 165. Another thing as well, I can't stop it doing after the mains touchdown. The nose slams down even with no brakes. I go full nose up and I just cannot control the rotation of the nose. Oh yeah, right, a few other things. Yeah, back to takeoff on the engine rating. Brake fans want to come on. This wants to be on approach. That wants to be in auto. I think we're all good on the engineers panel. It's going to get down to 10 tons of fuel and it's going to go, you need to land now. No, engine spooling up to maintain 280 knots. Fuel flow right now is about 28 tons an hour and I've got 11 tons. You do the maths, guys. There's about 20 minutes of fuel. Oh no, I cannot go around. Ah, look guys, the flickering has stopped in X-Plane because the sun... Oh yeah, probably. What was that? The flickering has stopped, ladies and gentlemen, because the sun has set. Bye-bye flickering. You've got the black tiles at the Skybug 2. Do you happen to know any fixes reported it? Yes, it's a known issue with the beta. You've actually had it in the full release. Oh, really? I don't know if there's a fix coming. Good night, sun. VNAV speed, stop it. Well, apart from the terrifying death dive as we went subsonic, it's been a lovely flight. I've got 24 minutes of fuel remaining, said Josiah Plays. Great. Well, good news is we'll be over the airfield in 7. Then down. Yeah, we got plenty. This would be right now fuel mayday. So it would be mayday, 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 speedbird 300 fuel. Let me start again. Mayday, 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 fuel, speedbird 300. We could do one boga. No, we're landing, regardless of the state of the landing gear after touchdown. Oh dear. There's no agency, so I'm going to log off just in case we have issues. Oh my goodness me. You see the tile changing from 14 to 17, much better quality. Those black squares will disappear soon as well. So what we're going to do is we'll fly this procedural arrival, but I'm not going to turn after 8 miles. I need to go out slightly further in Concorde. It just can't make that turn. It's too tight of an angle. Alright, let's slow down to 250 knots as we get below 10,000 feet. Oh, look at that. Even though I'm descending at 2,000 feet per minute, my nose is still high up. The landing gear isn't in neutral, I don't think. Is that the actual thing, Joshua? No! What do you make me do? Get up, that is not going to help my situation. It will stay up for the remainder of this flight. Oh dear. Alright, passing 10,000 for 4,000 feet. Lights coming on. Fuel 11 tons. Joshua literally sabotaging. Yeah, I saw that. I even said that was going to happen. We're right overhead, Damam. We're going to cross the bay, and then there's the airport over there. Not much lower than I want to be now. I want to. Oh, because I've slowed down considerably. Oh no. Time to set off the air conditioning. We know it's 38 degrees. Fuel level is master caution. I know. Once it gets below 10, it does. The first officer gets a bit cross and says, "Land now." It's my boy. How much fuel did they typically or aim to have in Concorde days? I don't know. I think it was about landing with about 15-ish tons. I think I've seen a video of it landing with 15. So you got enough for a go around, but I know if it went around it was straight away fuel mayday. So about 250 knots to 1,000 feet per minute, the nose needs to be up about 6-7 degrees nose up. I'll start taking the visor down when we go downwind. A little bit lower than I wanted to be. I didn't actually take into account reducing speed in my calculation. Still 5 minutes to the beacon. Sip, Olympus, sip. Josh, you nearly did sabotage me. Was that a trick? Does it actually move off? 11 tons of fuel. 11 tons of fuel, great. You could get to the Canary Islands in a 737 from the UK with that amount of fuel. Right now, that's going to be... Oh, no. Fuel flow increasing. Get ready for Jim to get mad at me. It does legit, fair. I think Josh knows, he's a Concorde expert. Ah, an airport. Should we just do a straight in tailwind landing? Oh dear. I slowed down a little bit too soon and descended a little bit too early. Actually, I blame my deaf descent that the autopilot tried to put me in. Right, anyway, VOR's active, routing direct, 22 miles to run. I want to be at 4,000 feet over the beacon. So as mentioned, we are going to fly this procedural arrival. 148 outbound, but when I get to 8 miles, I'm actually going to do a slight downwind leg before flying onto the ILS. Cheers if you want. Look, 8 bubs. Demanding a boga. No way, Jose. Oh dear. Oh, it seems to be going backwards. Lots of ships around. Well, there's plenty of people to pick us up if we go for a swing. Unbelievable. 18 miles. Butter or swim? Oh, I don't care. Hard landing, wasted. We'll take it today. 10.6 tons of fuel. To be fair, we're burning, what is it right now? 4.8, 16 tons an hour in this descent. So at this, yeah, obviously descending, the fuel flow is a bit less. So yeah, we'll be fine. How's it looking, engineer? Alan, that's what we called him yesterday on the test sector. That's the only amount of fuel I've got is in the feed tank, so they are draining. Look at all the ships. There's 30 right. If only we were flying straight in. You think the GTO wasted sound really? I can organise that. I'm a pro streamer. Wait, where is it? Hopefully not. Wind's great. 30 right, 310 at 13, 38 degrees. 10 miles to run, 4,000 feet over the beacon, that's what we want. Looking on the chart here, minimum altitude at the start of the procedure is 2,500, so not as low as we need to be. That's the MCP altitude, I guess for 1,000 feet to go. It's not doing a great job holding the vertical speed, is it? It's meant to be on that white arrow, and the yellow one is the current. So pitch up a bit more, please. Alright, I'm going to start reducing to 230, and I'll start taking some notches of visor. So 230 knots, I'm selecting a notch of visor. You can hear the airflow increasing over the window. To go 230 knots. Alright, I'm going to go heading select now. Track heading, set the outbound course 148, 230 knots. Outbound course is set. Out hold 4,000 feet. We'll just do a little level segment as we fly over the beacon, directly overhead the airport, and we're going to fly outbound. A droop of snoot. Look at the attitude here to maintain 230 knots. It's like 9 degrees nose up. Alright. We'll get to 2.3 miles before we'll start the turn. So if you take 10% of your ground speed, sorry, which is 278 knots. Listen. We need to land. Yes, I'm working on it, Jim. Heading select, let's go outbound. Another natch of snoot. Ugh. Alright, cool. We can set down to 1,500 feet, but I'm going to go down to 2,000. Set, outer choir, vertical... No, that's max cruise! Don't select that! Don't select that! Vertical speed. Don't glide, that was my bad. Vertical speed. Right, down to 2,000 feet. Oh, I've turned a little bit too soon, so let me just get back onto the radial here. 148, I'm actually on around the 185. Oops. Not the best position, but that's a nice intercept heading to get back outbound. So as mentioned, we're not going to fly. I've tried it 3 times this procedural arrival. 8 miles, make that left turn, it just overshoots massively. Even like 200 knots. Okay, HSI is going to come alive. There it is. So I'll just use heading select to fly the outbound track. And now we'll tune for the course here. So I'm going to put 300 on the course. It's going to make the HSI inaccurate, but I'm going to use the tail of the needle to fly outbound. So 300 for the... Oh no, what have I done? No, that's the heading bug, you stupid boy. Back onto the heading. That's what I want. 300. Great. 300. 300. Alright, so if you look at the tail of this needle, it's pretty much on 148. 148, so if I bring up Navigraph, you can see that we're flying it reasonably accurately. But now, with 1 to go, we're going to start flying downwind just until we get to 12 miles now. So I'm just going to put the heading on the tail of the HSI instead of flying directly onto final. 1 to go. Oh, it's doing a rubbish job flying the vertical speed I want it to. It's not a good autopilot flying pitch, the Colimata. It struggles. So I've told it to do 500 feet per minute. It's doing like 1,500. Right, down to 9.5 miles. I don't care about CDA. We're going to be level nice and early. Right, out acquire, levelling off at 2,000 feet. We're down to 9 tons of fuel. Oh my god. So when we get to 12 DME, we'll start the turn final, and I'm going to capture the guys up at 2,000 feet, really low. I don't care anymore. I'll do 12 miles. Down we go, straight on to an intercept heading for the ILS. And we can tune that now, 1103. Jim, you can have it as well. I've got fuel master cautions. 9 tons. We'll be fine. If we go around, we won't be. Remember the gear, thanks. Levelling off at 2,000 feet. Just bring the speed back to 210. 9 tons of fuel remaining. Very low, very far out. I do not mind. Alright, getting ready to intercept the localizer. All arm Vorlock when the wings are level. Look, all the ships there off the Bahrain coastline. It's a bit of a sharp intercept heading actually. Oh no, don't change that one, that's the localizer. Right, arming Vorlock. Don't turn right. Don't turn right. Why are you going right for? Why are you going right? No! What's it doing? Look, I told it to intercept the localizer, it's making a right turn. Right, track heading. I'm going to just have to fly onto the localizer manually, it's going to overshoot. I wanted to start turning left to intercept and the stupid add-on started turning right. There we are, I'm going to go straight through the localizer now. There we are. Alright, we're going to have to manually intercept the localizer. I did this on one of my test sectors. The Vorlog just isn't happy on certain intercept angles. So we're going to manually intercept the localizer using heading select. I've disarmed Warlock. We've got the course set correctly, 300 on Jims. Pretty much on it now, so let's help it out. Another natch of flops. Or visor. Let's get it out of the way. Alright. I've manually positioned onto the localizer pretty much. Should we try again? Warlock. Engaged. Behave. Behave. Start turning left. Good. Reducing speed to 200 knots. Warlock captured. IS acquired 200 knots. Gear will come down. Not yet. I'm trying to save fuel, remember? Glide slope capture. I'll lower the gear. Alright, let's arm glide slope. Glide is armed, reducing to 180 knots. No, don't climb. Don't climb. It's climbing. Maintain 2,000 feet, please. Maintain 2,000 feet. Did this on the test sector. It's climbing to capture the glide slope. Brilliant. Come on, engage. Engage. Glide slope capture, gear down. I remember the gear. I mean, I've never forgotten it, but I remember today. Gear down. Alright, localizer glide slope capture. Missed approach altitude. 2,500 feet set. So let's just quickly run through the landing checklist. So, fuel trim to landing. Engineer. There's not much point. There's no fuel left. I'd done it. It moved something around. Throttles to idle shortly before ground contact. Next. And we're going to reduce speed to our final approach speed. 170 knots. Alright. We've got 4 green lights. Snoot extended. I've got 8 tons of fuel remaining. We're in a good position. Alright, I'm happy with what I can see. Beautiful picture. What an approach. Wish me luck. I might use the autopilot. Quite a way down here. Oh yeah, well, we'll ignore the fact the gear lever's up on my thing. Right, 170 knots is maintained. Let's disconnect the auto throttle. Okay, 170 knots. It's a beautiful day. I'm not going to decrab. Oh, screw it. Let's do it. Hand flying. 2 ready, 2 right. The attitude looks so weird. Oh, it's look. There's no pitch authority at all. That's my excuse out anyway. Why I'm not going to butter it. You can literally do nothing. It feels like I'm flying a dishwasher in custard. Oh, there's literally no pitch authority. Oh dear. Check. Speed. Bit of power off. Checked. Wow. I'm correcting on glide slope, but there's literally no pitch authority at all. Continue, I think. Oh, I've got literally. It's so hard to fly. Look, it doesn't do anything. I don't know what that is. Thank you so much. Flaring now. 5, come on! Oh, what a landing! Alright, gently lower the nose. Nearly a butter, ladies and gentlemen! Alright. Reverse. Nose, get that nose down. Alright, start braking. Oh, not bad. So I've got my differential brakes on. 100. 80. Back on centre line, Sam. Manual braking, cancelling reverse. Oh, there's really delayed inputs here. We're down. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bahrain. Oh, I thought it was a butter. But that was a superb landing for Concorde. I'll take it. Oh, whoever that was pinging there, I don't know. Thank you very much indeed. We'll take Alpha here. And we're down with 7.5 tons fuel remaining. That was unexpectedly soft. I think that was my best Concorde landing yet. I'm going to celebrate by opening the window. There we are. Amazing. Right. We're going to make this a short taxi. We're going to go Alpha. Well, park. Oh, it's quite a way to the terminal, actually. We'll just make a left turn on Alpha, keep on going until we're short of 1-2 right, and then we'll take stand 12 in via Zulu. How about that? My goodness, that was great.
50, 40, 30.
Oh, the sounds,
20,
the sounds.
10.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fenari. $3. Thank you.
You just can't teach that.
Amazing.
Go alone, folks.
Oh, I think it was a bit of luck as well, but it wasn't the easiest to fly, and there was zero pitch authority. You can see it there, the inputs I was making, and there was literally no response from the controls. 7.5 tons, plenty of buggy, yeah, easily. But I was very happy with the derotation as well. Right, let's make a left turn on Alpha. I just seen someone said that 80 came online for approach. I'm very sorry I logged off then, guys, because I didn't see any just before we got to the beacon, so it would have made it a lot better to have had ATC, of course, but we're here. Awesome. And another fun flight in the Colimata Concorde, which I have to say, you know, minus the pitch and the wobbly autopilot we went subsonic, there's a lot that works quite nicely, and I think it's a reasonably good way of recreating Concorde ops. Oh, I didn't even shut the window, but I think Jim just might have told me to shut up. Maybe it was my speed. Oh dear. Right, taxi in flow. Let's retract the lights here. We'll leave the taxi lights on. As mentioned, we're going to continue on Alpha until we get to stand 12. Which engines do I shut down? Is it the inboard or outboard 2 engines? Someone did mention earlier which ones I need to do for realism, to make sure I actually arrive with enough fuel on stand. We'll put the visor to 5. Mad Mac UK for something that gave you no pitch authority. That was definitely a butter. Yeah, I'll take that. Well, you saw the inputs I had to make. Literally nothing. Would a different CG config have held pitch authority? Did I switch it to the landing one? I don't know. It was the same on my test sectors, even with the landing CG, but I had no fuel to move around anyway. It wouldn't make any difference. Inboard, shut down the inboards. We'll do that then. Oh no, it's up here, isn't it? Right, shutting down engine 2 and 3. You can hear them spooling down, just adding thrust on the remaining engine. There's no strobes on Concorde. Second right coming up is Zulu, and I said we'll take stand. We'll just go straight in or stand. Oh no, it's the next one. Romeo in for stand 12. You can see the beginning of runway 1-2 right up here. 7 tons of fuel. Airlines Live, thank you again. Really nice to see something different to the Airbus and Boeings. More Concorde, always glad to catch you today. Thank you very much. Give it a try. Airlines Live, whoever's behind the channel there. Alright, there is what else? The cleanup flow must be all engineering stuff, but we're on Unicom. I love how this says fuel as well. Obviously we've shut down engines 2 and 3, so we've got the related master cautions here. And start pumps off. Alright, here we are.
Engine 3 coming up.
Engine 3 coming up? No, don't start the engines, Alan. By the way, Jim's my first officer. Alan, if we have an engineer, is the name of the engineer moving forward. Stand 12's pretty much slight right turn and then straight in. Alright, we'll retract the taxi lights because we're coming in on stand. This is stand 12 here. Have a look at that replay. Oh yeah, I can tell I've got 2 engines off. It's really slow. 6.9 tons of fuel. Well, we really didn't have much more, did we? There we go, to idle now. Isn't Alan the bug in your LCD? Oh yeah! Simba, you're right. Well, of course, the engineer as well. I have a little, what do you call them? Thunderbug that's made its way under my monitor. It's really annoying, but there he lives. want a little blast of those Olympus engines just to get us on the stand. Maybe another quick blast. Annoying black artifacts. Gone forever. There we are. And we'll bring it to a stop. Alright, so we need to get the ground power connected before we shut the engines down, otherwise it will get very dark here very quickly. So I'll go to aircraft, doors and ground, GPU is on and available. And I think it should be automatically closed. There we are. And we can shut down engine 1 and 4. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bahrain. There we are, beacons off. And the visor you'd probably retract prior to shutting down the engines because you lost hydraulics, but there we go. RIP FPS. We made it. We made it in one piece. Just. A thunderbug? A what bug? Yeah, thunderbugs. Yeah, that engine's falling and that GPU. God, the FPS is appalling. 25. I'll blame it on those black boxes. Awesome. Well, that was a superb little flight. We'll sort of pan around the aircraft there because I think someone pinged a membership thing on the approach and landing there, right on touchdown. Saba, was you 81 months as a member? Saba, where have you come from? I have seen you on my membership list before. That is unbelievable. I think you are, Saba, the longest serving member on this channel. That is almost 7 years. Saba, thank you so much for supporting me for all that period of time. And I don't think you're in the Discord, or if you have it, you're keeping a very low profile, but thank you very much indeed for your support for that entire time. Look at all the lovely comments after landing. No banter for you at all in chat. +1 for the return sector. Get out of here. Really, really good fun though today. Sabit, one of the first, I believe it. I think you might be. I think you actually might be my longest member on the channel, which is incredible. Thank you so much. Do you know how to get into Discord, Saba, or are you in Discord? Let me know in chat if you are. Pete, thank you as well. Another long-term member on the channel, 57 months. Thanks, boss. Time to spend time with Joe and Jimette. Yes, Jimette, we will. Yes, we're having a lovely evening this evening, and tomorrow morning we're going out before I go to work. But, we had this all penciled in anyway for a few days. Saba, you are in Discord. Perfect, thank you. Well, thank you so much for your generosity for the membership for that period. Joshua said you could potentially use ground hydraulic checkout to retract the visor, I think. Okay, I'm going to leave it as it is because I want to wrap things up here, and I was planning to get done at 4 o'clock today anyway. But yeah, look, I really enjoyed that. Obviously we're in the beta of explaining a few little quirks here with the black boxes in the background and the flickering as the sun on the instruments as it was behind us for the majority of the sector. Otherwise, the aircraft's quite good. You know, your supersonic flight can be flown, the subsonic flight can be flown as well. There's a few quirks with the automatics, but it's a reasonably good representation of Concorde, and it's obviously a very complex aircraft to model. So, you know, I give it a 7 out of 10. I've got the sound pack as well, which makes it a lot better, and a few other plugins like the wind noise for the visor. If you want to fly a decent Concorde for X-Plane, I think you should give it a go. Anyway, let's call that a day. There's obviously some sort of shutdown flow you'd have to perform in Concorde as well, which will be for another day. And I want to see how that landing looked. I think it was pretty decent. So we'll stop the music there, cue the replay music, and see how things looked. Turn that down. Great. I'll just turn off Fly Live as well. God, that aircraft was hard to fly on final. Really hard. Let's have a look at that landing then. It's on the other runway, but it will switch over soon. Well, we'll have a look at that angle, actually. It's quite cool. Very nice. Cheers, Tin. Thank you very much for being active today as well. Christian said nice flight, bit concerning at times though. Ooh, weird lighting. That's the very normal attitude for Concorde. See if I actually struck the tail or anything. Oh no, that was really nice. Oh guys, that was superb. Ignore the rudder in the replay. very happy with that. I think that's got to be one of my best flares in Concorde today. Let's have a look from the threshold. Yeah, look at the angle of attack, it's so high. That rudder, you would not be able to maintain wings level with that rudder input. FPS with all the lights. Oh, if I just touch down... Ah, there, look, I had a tiny little balloon, look, and then it settled. Oh, that was really one of my best landings. The lights on the under the wing. Oh yeah, that was very nice for Concorde. Ah, superb. Had such a nose high attitude on the approach and flare. And then I yesterday, the nose was really hard to control, but I was very happy with the derotation of the nose on that one. And then we selected the reverses after touchdown. Oh, that's loud. Let's have a look at the touchdown from this angle. Oh, those black squares. Oh, the FPS really gets impacted when you zoom in far and explain. Joshua, I do have a Discord server. It's for members only, though. Members only. You're gonna go tell Joe about that. I don't think she'll care much, but I could do. Here we go. Touch. I've already touched down. I didn't even realise I landed. Awesome. Very nice indeed. Right, I do have a little bit of a wing view, sort of over the Delta wing on the left-hand side, so you can watch the Elevon action in the flare and approach, but yeah, very nice indeed. Awesome, so that's another lovely stream concluded. Hope you enjoyed the show, guys. As already mentioned, alright add-on this, and I'll definitely fly it again soon. I'll keep an eye out on any further updates. Had a couple of little updates in beta at the moment, so hopefully some further tuning of the autopilot will greatly improve things, but I had a lot of fun today. Anyway, thank you very much for your patience at the start as well as I was dealing with issues and X-plane firing up. It did run in the end, and we've had a successful sector. But where do I start saying thanks? Well, firstly, a huge thank you to VNAV Speed, who gifted an incredible amount of members. I think it was about 80. I think that's a record, so thank you very much. We also had gifted members from Simbear, Itch It and Scratch It as well, and I think there might have been a few others. VNAV Speed, a couple of donations, and other members joined throughout, so thank you very much as well, and to AJ Finari as well. That's all my notes I made for all the generosity, so I don't know where to start with all that. Very, very kind of you all. As to all the existing members, thank you very much for your continued support, and to all the regular viewers who subscribe, if you enjoyed it, don't forget to like, and if you're just watching casually, don't forget to subscribe as we work on our way to 100,000 subscribers. Anyway, guys, that's it for today. Back to work for a couple of days. I do have a standby this weekend, so keep your eyes posted for any live streams. You can turn on the bell notification so you get notified when I publish a stream. Awesome. Right, that's it for today. Enjoy your week and weekend coming up, and I'll see you all very soon. Cheerio!